Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the top 16 of the 8K of the Boston Invitational. I am Jeff Creasy, and I'm honored to be here with Cluis, Mr. Cluis, also from the Boston Network. How you doing, Cluis?
I'm pretty good. Nice, tired, long weekend, but pretty
good. Exactly. So we are just starting now the top cut of the entire top 16 of the 8K, and we have a bracket to show you guys. So basically what we did was, it's a handmade bracket because we wanted to make sure that the top 8s were cross pod. So we have the first seed from pod A playing against the 8th seed from pod B, et cetera, going down like a normal bracket structure, except everything is cross pod. So when we look at this bracket, one of the things that jumped out to me is how little villainy there were. 3 villains snuck into the last 4 spots. So we have a CAD Tarkentown, a Kira Data Vault, and there's actually that might be the only 2 villains.
Yeah, that's it.
So we have two villains out of the top 16.
Unless you count Yoda. Yoda's kind of
a villain.
Yeah.
What jumps out at you when you see this bracket in terms of like what you thought the meta would be like coming into this event and how we ended up with the top decks?
I'm honestly surprised about the amount of Anakin Data Vault. Like, that is not a deck that I really thought about at all. Like, one of my teammates constantly played Anakin Blue, like Anakin Force, and that was the Anakin deck of choice.
Yeah.
Anakin Green always sought to be like the wild child type of Anakin deck, and Anakin DV is just... I've seen it play, and it looks pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think the McClunky guys, they're kind of known for that kind of thing. Like, I think we saw it at last BIATL and in other premier events. They came in with a CAD Green that a lot of people hadn't seen and weren't necessarily ready for. This event, they come in with this Anakin Green, and we see the Anakin Green Data Vault. It made it to the finals of the 3v3. It has 3 copies, all McClunky members in this top 16.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's definitely been the surprise deck of the tournament. I know some people were talking about Padme. There was a lot of Piet, but in terms of conversion rate, there's nothing bad to say about this Anakin Green deck.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, there was a lot of Piets, and there's no Piets.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising to me. I did expect that we'd maybe see one in here. Obviously, I wasn't playing in the 8K, or I would clearly be in the top 16. But
you're too busy beating me down.
For those of you at home, Cluis and I played in the 3v3 top 8. I played against the team of him, Lego Pizza, and Tyler York. Amazing team, incredible players. No idea. Well, I know exactly how I won that. Cluis can never draw good cards against me. That's basically, you're cursed.
Yeah, I think I got carried most of the way this whole weekend. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you saw my stream game yesterday, but I hard card punted that, so that's been my weekend.
It happens to the best of us, right? Like the competition in this room is insane. The mental strain of 10 rounds every day is just insane. I think this event specifically just really brings out the best of the best, and you see a lot of the same good players rising to the top, whether it's yourself and your team that made it to the top 8. You see the KTOD guys in the team event. You see these top 16 guys. This really is a grind, and huge shout out to anyone that makes the top cut of either of these events, because it's a lot of work put in there.
It's also like a big value too, right? Like,
yeah.
They're playing for money.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that so we have the deck lists. We will probably be trying to get those, if not on stream, at least we'll be able to talk about them during the matchup. And so what we're going to see here once they finish reviewing the deck list is we're going to see the battle of the Carloses.
Yep.
We have Carlos Apodaca up against Yodakiller Carlos Torres, and this is Carlos Torres on his infamous CAD Tarkentown, and Carlos Apodaca on his infamous Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah.
So a very iconic matchup, both in terms of player versus player. These guys are local to each other. They play together all the time. And a matchup of Quinlan versus CAD.
I've actually heard that from Carlos Yodakiller that they've actually dodged each other in every tournament. This is the first time they've actually sat down to play against each other.
That's insane. They go to the same locals.
Yep.
They go to all of the same PQs.
And they just dodge each other all the time.
That's amazing. So as a Quinlan connoisseur yourself, what are your thoughts on the Quinlan versus CAD matchup?
In my personal opinion, I think it can be a little rough, especially now with like Nimics and stuff. Before it used to be more of a pass game, because like you're playing against 2 ping decks, so the pass game is very important. Of like who's gonna blink first on what they're gonna play. Where now you have a unit that can, even if it dies, it gets another guy in front of it. So I think that's gonna be very important in this matchup. Gorillas are gonna be important for the Quinlan side. I did stay up late last night to test some games with Carlos to get him like go over some lines. We backed up some stuff. Hopefully, he learned a lot from that testing.
Yeah, I know. I was Carlos and I are staying in the same Airbnb, so I was talking to him as we were driving home last night as well, and kind of going through some lines in our head with us. And Mickey D was staying in the same place, another Quinlan expert. So yeah, we've got the Quinlan expertise on our team. That's for sure. We've got the CAD expertise in Carlos. So yeah, I think both players are going to be prepared for this matchup. Like this is one that you have to know if you're going to play either one of these decks.
Yep, absolutely.
Looks like they're getting shuffled up and ready to play, so we should be able to switch down to that gameplay view. And yeah, here we go. There are a lot of tokens everywhere, so I don't know who has initiative. Who do you want to have initiative as Quinlan? Because it's always contentious. Both of these decks want the other person to have initiative in a lot of matchups.
I still think it's that you want, like the Quinlan player always wants to give initiative away, I think. Even if it's that you want to play something first, because a lot of times people want to just pass into you anyway.
Yeah.
And even if your expectation is to play something first, because they're passing into you, you can still play it. Like, you have so much flexibility no matter who has initiative in that.
Yeah. And I know with every Tarkentown mirror, regardless of the leader, when you use Tarkentown, how you use it, how you force your opponent to use it, is really a big factor in how that game goes down and who has the advantage. What are your thoughts on the optimal Tarkentown usage for each side in this matchup?
I've always done it more of a what gives me the most tempo at that point, right? So if let's say Carlos plays, a Bayesian turn 1, we might not necessarily need to Tarkentown it, but you'd also have to think about like McClunky. McClunky can bounce it back, so maybe you do need to Tarkentown it. So it's one of those like, at what point of the decision tree are you on of when you need to Tarkentown? I prefer to Tarkentown what gives me the best advantage of that specific time. So
gotcha. So you're not really thinking about the future so much as thinking about this turn right now. Like I need to do
what's
this
going
right
to
now.
give me the best advantage of that turn and
gotcha. That makes
going
sense.
into the next couple turns. So.
Yeah.
Like you could save your Tarkentown as Quinlan. You could save your Tarkentown for like the the Forloms and Zuckuses. But what happens if they do Bayesian and then McClunky back that? What happens if they play Garindin, which is the new guy that's really good with McClunky? So
yeah, and I think we saw that. We saw a mono yellow CAD from Jake Shell on stream, and in one of the games, it just completely annihilated the hand of his opponent.
Yeah.
Is that CAD Carlos's main path to victory here? Is through a lot of hand disruption and hand repetition and McClunky?
I think so. Like I think Nemec is a problem for CAD. And if he can like Garindin or Bayesian turn 1 to get rid of that Nemec and just keep the pressure up, I think he has a sure shot. He just has to watch out for the later game of like he needs to watch his CAD units against like the Hans.
Yeah, that's a big lineup that's really hard for CAD to play into. Is a Han unit you get to ping and then also ambush in and kill the CAD unit without taking any damage back.
Yeah. What's really awesome now for both leaders is sudden ferocity. So now you have CAD that if you sudden ferocities, he can shoot the attack in and immediately kill a Quinlan.
Yeah.
Before, he would only be able to hot shot blast and do 6, which wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And also the action economy of if you're able to flip first as Cad, you just put that sudden ferocity on in the same action, and you're just holding Quinlan hostage for the rest of the game. So that's a really good point.
Or you can just race the matchup, because Cad's 8 health is nothing to like laugh about. Like,
yeah,
that's hard to deal with. Like, Quinlan has to do a lot of work to kill it. So.
Yeah, and we are getting started here. We see both Carloses keep their hand.
I saw sudden ferocity go down.
Yeah. It's such a habit for me to just say Carlos whenever I see Carlos Torres Yodakiller playing. I'll have to try to go with Cad and Quinlan here. And it looks like Quinlan is starting with initiative. I'm not sure who was the higher seed, who got the choice. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, so we're not sure who had the choice, but we see the Bazine starts. This is exactly like what you talked about. And Carlos, knowing that he has the Garandans, he is going to be writing things down and taking notes and making sure.
It's a very interesting keep by Carlos Apodaca, because he has no turn 1 play, so he has no way to ping this Bazine to potentially even Tarkin Town it, right? He could Daring Raid to Tarkin Town it, but at this point, Carlos could. Yodakiller could just
leave his hand there, right?
Yeah.
You just leave his hand, and the next turn, if you have the Garandan, you could name the red 3 if you wanted to discard that turn. You could really, it looks like Cad could really slow down the Quinlan here if they have the right follow-up to this.
Yeah.
And I do believe Quinlan mulliganed into this. That would make sense. This is not a hand you would normally keep.
It's not the ideal hand. Taking the Depa.
Do you like taking the Depa, or do you like leaving all those cards in hand? What are your thoughts on that?
I actually kind of like leaving all the cards. I don't like to give them the mystery of having another card.
You just have that perfect knowledge for the turn. Yeah.
Yeah, like you know that, hey, I have to deal with that Depa. Now, without the Depa, you don't know. Like, there's one mystery card.
We do see the Daring Raid, and I think that we're seeing Quinlan maybe say, okay, I was going to not Tarkin Town.
Hopefully get a 2-drop.
Yeah, hopefully get a 2-drop here, and you're not as worried about the McClunky, because at least Bazine redraws you a card. If it was a Garandan, then I think you have to be a lot more scared of this McClunky.
Yeah.
Well, let's see Carlos's follow-up. Yeah, just going to base for 1.
Yep. I mean, you know that you're going to lose Bazine, so.
Well, only if he plays a 2-drop, because he wants to play. He might want to play something like his red 5, which would then take another action.
But he knows that if he plays red 5, the McClunky can just immediately kill it with the Cad trigger.
Yeah, exactly. So everything feels risky for Quinlan here. Which I guess that's just kind of the definition of how Cad wants to play. Is you're just sitting there. Everything is risky. What are you trying to play around? What do you think they have?
And it looks like he did a passing hand motion. Yeah, so he passed the Carlo. We see a Marauder.
Into the he passed because he wanted to be able to ping the Marauder.
All right, so we have a Cassian come down, ping the Marauder, and just a pass and a claim.
Yeah,
a claim and a pass.
Both Tarkentown still up here. I see a sudden ferocity in Cad's hand, so I assume that was the resource for this turn.
Yep, he just threw that down.
So now we know both players are going to have access to at least one sudden ferocity that we've seen.
Be interesting what Yodakiller does this turn. I think he has a Forlom. Yeah, he has a Forlom in his hand, which seems pretty good. You can bait out the Tarkin Town that way. Like, Forlom feels like that's the card that you want to Tarkin Town.
Yeah.
But now with 2 guys, it incentivizes the Quinlan player to try to play a 2 to ping off the Bazine, or maybe add another damage onto the Marauder, but then you're so far behind on some units. Yeah,
and we do see that Forlom in there. So ambush for 4, Cad ping for 1, kill off the 3/5 very cleanly here. Now Quinlan notoriously wants to try to play this the short game, control the board very early, but then turn the corner and be aggressive. Can Quinlan afford to do that here with this kind of a little bit more of a lackluster start after the mulligan? Do we see Carlos try to be aggressive, or does Quinlan still just keep doing the same game plan?
Well, he can if he can like convert this into a good Plo Koon turn, because then he can just start cleaning up the whole entire board. Maybe he doesn't want to Tarkin down here. It doesn't like he can afford to play another 2, do 2/2s to set up that Plo.
Yeah, and another Sabine. I think that this was a heads-up play from CAD here, making sure to keep the coordinate turned off for this first action Plo Koon. Obviously, Quinlan can flip, but if Quinlan flips, then you can take out the Sabine unit. So you're buying yourself a few actions here before this Plo Koon has coordinate online.
Yeah, and now with sudden ferocity, the Quinlan player wants to flip with ferocity more often than not.
Yeah.
Which kind of taxes your Plo Koons. In my experience, I've been flipping more on 6 instead of 5 if I want a Plo Koon because I want to guarantee that ferocity.
Yeah, so you're saying if you were a Quinlan here, you would hope that both your units live, and then you just this action slam Plo Koon, claim, flip Quinlan, sudden ferocity, maybe 2 of them, and get the train going from there. Yeah, that's a super good point. I think that's something that the plot mechanic gave us in general is a lot of leaders saying, oh, I'm gonna wait a turn to flip. I have a 5 deploy leader, but I'm still playing Sent to Kaz. And yeah, we see that. I think did we see a pass into the attack there, or did Carlos? They may not be moving
Yodakiller had
the
initiative. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just not moving the initiative token around. So yeah, killing the Sabine. So Carlos, I like keeping the board clear. He kind of has to as CAD because he still has his Tarkin town, but he can't direct his pings like the Quinlan can.
Right. Doesn't look like a plot. No plot.
Straight Zuckuss, and this is really good from CAD here, I think. Tarkin town has been used for Quinlan. So Tarkin down has been used, and I think, yeah, we're just going to go 3 to base, but this Zuckuss is threatening to kill the Quinlan, and Plo Koon can't answer it because there's still no coordinate.
Yeah.
He is still ambushing in.
Or is he?
Or, no, he's pinging.
He's just pinging, yeah. I thought he was picking it back up as in he was killing it, but yeah, the 1 damage.
So what are your thoughts here with this Zuckuss? You could kill the Quinlan leader or the Plo Koon. Or attack base. You have other options, but I feel like the main option is you attack into something first, right?
Because CAD has ferocity, I think you just you just send this Zuckuss into the Quinn and hope that the Quinlan player tries to trade in this Plo Koon. You know that there's no Depa because you took it earlier.
True.
Now he could have drawn another Depa, but they looked at the lists, and most Quinlan players only play 2 Depas main deck. Do we have the list yet?
I do not have the list in front of me right now. But yeah, in my experience, I usually don't play around the last copy of a card that is in an opponent's deck. If they're playing a 1 of, I don't play around it. If I've seen 2 of something, I don't play around the 3rd.
Right.
Things like that. And yeah, we do see him go in and take out the Quinlan leader. So also notably, that means no pings this turn. So without something like a daring raid, it may be tough for the Quinlan to take out this Zuckuss unit without just attacking and killing another unit into it.
Yeah. I wonder if the Quinlan player is going to now play. I think there was a Gorilla earlier. He might still have a 3-drop. So he could try to get the Plo Koon's coordinate online and just start the race. Put him.
Yeah. I mean, Gorilla would be very good as well because it would ready itself, and then it could trade into the Zuckuss, which I think you would be totally happy with as the Quinlan player. Deep in the tank here, I believe it is CAD's action after the Millennium Falcon was played.
Yeah, I wonder if you flip here with the CAD and put the ferocity on.
I think that's what he's debating.
I know that there is Bamboozle's main deck from the Quinlan player, so you might be worried about that. If he puts the ferocity on, he just kind of wasted 3 resources to...
But if you only put the ferocity on, you could always put it back, and that means that Quinlan's not going to get coordinate this turn. So I still don't hate that either way. It also depends on what is in Carlos's hand as the CAD Carlos.
Mm-hmm. Really deep in the tank here.
The other thing, he might want to try to get a double ping this turn with an Underworld card, flip another Underworld card.
Yep. He might want to just try to play a card to effectively pass an action to see what the Quinlan player is going to do.
Really tricky decision here. I think based on the information that we have, which is not perfect because we don't know everything that's in each player's hands, I like just flipping into sudden ferocity. You already have this Zuckuss. I like asking more questions and forcing this Quinlan to have a lot more answers.
Interesting. He bamboozles the Plo Koon right away.
Yeah, and Carlos on his caddy is playing Bamboozle's main deck. Obviously, we're seeing them in game one, but it's something that he's been doing for this whole set now, and I believe last set as well, playing those main deck. It is out of aspect, but if you discard a Cunning card, you still get to play it for free. Yeah. Even free, including no aspect penalties. So
I do like the bamboozles in the Cad Bane deck.
Yeah, me too.
It helps you a lot in certain matchups where even if it's just to tap a unit that's going to pressure your base because you're only at 25 health base.
Yeah.
All right, so we see an L3. Personally, I like saving my L3s for big CAD unit. To rescue whatever gets captured.
Instead of getting a shield. Yeah.
But this allows the Plo Koon to effectively have coordinate, which may incentivize Yodakiller to just kill the Plo Koon.
Yeah, and he does still have 3 resources up. He played the Bamboozle for free, and he discarded a 3-cost unit to do it. So it makes me think that he has another play here that he wants to do. Or perhaps he was thinking about that Bamboozle and wanted to be able to replay the sudden ferocity, if so.
Yep.
I believe that was
he claimed.
He claimed. So he may want to use the Zuckuss then to kill the Plo Koon rather than risking his risking damage on his CAD unit.
Yeah.
Because I think once the L3 gets played, you assume that Quinlan is not going to have any more plays.
He has a CAD unit in his hand, so he might want to. He might be trying to think about playing the CAD unit to take the Plo Koon and the L3. Or potentially take like the Falcon and the L3 and just ignore the Plo Koon. Okay, so he's not. So the Quinlan player's not paying for the Falcon, so he could slam down the CAD unit.
Yeah, and he could also this could be representing 7-cost Han unit now that he's not paying for the Falcon. So this could be a little bit riskier now for CAD to just slam down a CAD unit.
Well, what you get to do is you get to capture both units. If he slams down the Han, you get to trade out the Zuckuss for the Han, and then you get to finally use the CAD to clean up another guy.
Yeah, that's very true. So maybe that play still does work out for CAD here if they just slam the CAD unit first action.
No, looks like a trade of Zuckuss for the Plo Koon.
Yeah, so Zuckuss into Plo Koon here, and so a second Plo Koon from Carlos Apodaca doesn't look very appealing. 2 damage into CAD. So now we're in 7-cost Han unit territory, which is also what the alarm bells were saying if you when you see him bounce the Falcon and keep 7 resources up. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Bazine or a Garandan to try to deal with that. And that is what we see. We see a Bazine from the resource row.
Hans.
Well, Bazine can only take one of those. So this play line really not working out for Yodakiller here, getting kind of got by the double Han unit.
Yeah.
I assume you still take one of the Hans here. Yeah, he does take one of the Hans. and then pings the L3 to kill it. But yeah, this CAD with sudden ferocity not getting to attack, assuming that.
The really interesting line would be to maybe take the Falcon, so that you know that he has 2 Hans, and yes, you have to battle through them, but now you don't have to worry about that space threat. So you only have to worry about the Han. So you could get a waylay, bounce the Han back, and now he has 2 7 costs in his hand that he might not necessarily be able to play. You still have to deal with them eventually, but maybe you get a Grandin, you get a Bazine to keep flipping them.
That's true, and maybe there is something like a CAD unit, and so he wanted to take the other Han, so he could just capture this one and know that, okay, Hans are gone.
Yeah. Now, because he got rid of a Han, he could now finally play the Cad Bane unit, take the Han, and hope that there's not the third Han.
Yeah, I see a Ruthless Raider in hand for Cad, and that is a card that Quinlan historically has struggled to deal with, but when you already have your Han unit in the ground, I think you're a little less worried about the Raider.
Now, the good news is for Yodakiller is it doesn't look like he's used his Tarkentown at all.
Yeah, he still has Tarkentown up.
He could have instead attacked the Bazine into the Han, played the Raider.
True,
and then Tarkentowned it.
I think this CAD play is he just wants to save himself the 6 damage this turn.
Yes.
But yeah, that was an interesting line and definitely an option that CAD could have taken there. You see here 9 damage to 2. So Carlos Apodaca technically winning the race right now, but has 2 of his Han units gone and staring down this Cad Bane unit right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carlos just. I think Apodaca is. He's indirecting himself here because he wants to make sure his Guerrilla Soldier readies.
Yep. Looks like 2 into the base.
Yeah, so he took 2 to his own base, 1 to his Guerrilla Soldier. Guerrilla Soldier says you choose any player to take indirect damage, and if any base is damaged by that, ready it. So Carlos Apodaca did indirect damage to himself, 1 damage to his Guerrilla Soldier, 2 damage to his base, and then attacked Carlos Torres for 2.
So it looks like Yodakiller drew a Mist Hunter and a Orasing. Not enough to help him with this board state.
Yeah.
It is kind of scary to swing with CAD unit now because giving the Han back, unless you have an answer for it, it can be a little rough.
Yeah, that's true. He at least doesn't have to worry about the ambush again, because when units are rescued, they do not get their when played abilities again, including things like ambush and shielded. But yeah, deep in the tank again. We see a sudden ferocity in hand. Carlos Apodaca notably taking 2 damage to his base so that this Bazine can't cleanly take out this Guerrilla Soldier. I think that was a really heads-up play.
Yep. Forlorn coming down.
Yeah, and we're going to see the ping afterwards. So now this Falcon is susceptible to Tarkentown. But I think he's probably just going to wait to see what Quinlan plays before he decides if he wants to Tarkentown or not. If he wants a soft pass, he could attack with Bazine for 1. If he wants to start getting in damage, he could attack with CAD for 7. So he's got some options here. Looks like he's going for the Bazine.
Yeah, I like the soft path of the Bazine.
Yeah, I agree.
I like giving my opponent as many decisions as possible.
Yeah.
Before I effectively make my final decision on what I want to do.
Yeah, and he's already seen. Obviously, this play gets heavily punished by a 3rd Han unit, but he's already seen too. And now we're gonna see what their if there's anything any. Oh, we see the blue ace.
Blue ace.
Blue ace is a really good unit. Not the best in this particular matchup. It can still come in and clean up the Mist Hunters and things like that. But yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, so yeah, we do see the Mist Hunter out of Quinlan here, or sorry, out of CAD here. Another Falcon, so not giving Carlos Torres the Tarkentown value and just replacing the Falcon now to get in 3 more damage. Already at 9 on base, going to go up to 12. But this cat attack can also take to 12 damage each. So
the downside of that cat attack is that he gets the Han back if he wants it, and I'd be perfectly fine giving the cat 2 more cards to get back my Han
That is really true. Yeah.
To put this race at almost one swing if that Falcon connects.
Yeah, it would be kind of a 3 damage swing at that point, because you'd have to claim if you want initiative to get the Han attack in, but then Carlos Torres doesn't have a great way to clear the space arena right now anyway, so you think you'd be likely to get those attacks in after anyway. And yeah, making a long thought out decision here.
Yeah, I wonder if he was thinking that he should have just Tarkin Town instead of playing the Miss Hunter. Okay, so he's attacking with the cat to put it at 12. Getting some cards for options.
And we saw Jabba the Hutt drawn. I think that is normally one of the key cards in this matchup, but we have to see if it goes long enough for it to be a key card. Being able to draw things like the bamboozles and the waylays and the all kinds of very interesting good tricks in this deck. Yeah, I think Carlos Apodaca now deciding, does he want to get in this 3 damage with the Falcon, or does he want to claim?
Yeah, if he has a... I didn't see a blaster in a row when he picked up his resources, but if he has a blaster... A little hard to see, but if he has a blaster, he can make it to both the units be lethal.
Yeah, blaster to base would get Carlos Torres up to 22 damage on base out of 25, and that's going to be pretty tough for him to come back from with the 2 lethal space threats. He does claim... He may also just be thinking maybe I draw a blaster, which he does. He just drew the blaster. So this may give Carlos Apodaca game 1 here with this blaster off the top. I don't know if he already had another one or not, but that blaster is definitely good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes back to what you were saying about do you or do you not attack with the CAD? Do you want to give Quinlan back this Han unit to attack with?
That also goes back to like what I was saying earlier about using your Tarkin Town.
Yeah, Carlos never used his on CAD.
It looks like he was trying to save it for, to set himself up certain ways, but it just didn't pan out the way he wanted it to.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is that I think CAD Carlos here may have an answer to one of these space units and was saying, okay, if you don't have a blaster, I can get lethal this turn. Maybe he has his own blaster or a surprise strike. So he might have been saying, I attacked with my CAD there because you have to have blaster or I win.
Yeah.
This turn. And yes, this is game 1 for those asking in chat. Carlos, I think here, just taking a second to see if he has any outs. 22 damage on his base, so both of these space threats are lethal. And yeah, he can tap one of them, but not both. So yep. I imagine Carlos Torres had something like a blaster in the row as well, and he just made his play and said, I'm going to have lethal this turn unless you have a blaster. He must have been thinking that maybe it wouldn't have gone as well for him to keep continuing through the turns and keep getting hit by those Falcons.
Yeah. I also think, like, turns back when he could have played Raider to try to set up some good spots of, like, he knew there was a Falcon at one point. That Raider just eats the Falcon. It could get waylaid, but that means that's one less waylay in the deck. It means he has to pay that 3 to play that waylay.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's the most interesting decision point of the game probably for game 1. There were a couple of them there right around his flip turn. He could have played Raider. He could have played CAD unit first instead of the Bazine, which saw 2 Hans. I'm not sure the Bazine play worked out worse for Carlos Torres, but those are just some really interesting decision points that really could have swung the match one way or the other.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately, that's kind of the way this matchup goes.
Yeah.
In general, the matchup's kind of 50-50. It's really more about, like, did you take the right decisions to win that game? Less more about, like, I have better cards. It's kind of like they almost have the same cards.
Yeah.
Quinlan has the advantage that a lot of its cards come in ready to help hit for damage, and the pings are better, but...
Yeah, that's a really good point. Who do you think gets better out of the sideboard? Who gets more help out of the sideboard in this matchup?
I think probably the CAD deck, honestly. I think the CAD deck knows that it needs more cards to help that matchup.
Yeah.
Whereas the Quinlan player is trying to have cards for the more widespread matchups.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And yeah, it looks like both players still sideboarding and shuffling, so we've not started game 2 quite yet. And now we'll be interested to see again who starts with initiative.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those like weird games of like, do you give initiative? Do I take initiative? I've seen some like CAD and some Quinlan players that like starting with initiative to just be aggressive. Like, I want you to use your Talking Town as soon as possible, because if you don't, I'm gonna outrace you.
Yeah.
And I think you can do that with Nemec now because of just the fact that you know, you have this unit that when it dies, it gets a guy back. Gets a guy in there, as long as you can disclose.
That's true. And yeah, here we go. Starting out game 2 here. The guys have not been great about moving the initiative token when someone claims, but it looks like Carlos Apodaca may be starting on initiative in this game too. Obviously doesn't mean he's forced to act first. Maybe forced to pass first, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, because of Gorilla Soldier, the Quinlan player being able to just, you know, pass, and if they both pass, you get the Gorilla and can turn into a 5-point swing right there. Or even set up a Tarkin Town that you want. Well, back to the sideboard.
I think putting his token away, because that's the one of the original Bothan coins, not the.
It might just be getting confusing. With
trying to straighten up the mats a little bit for you guys. Yeah, interesting too, because that was a game where Quinlan didn't have a turn 1 play and didn't have the best follow up either. So still able to come back in that and take the game 1.
Yeah, on a mulligan, not having the most ideal hand and navigating that thing of like, hey, I just need to keep pressure up, make you deal with my stuff, and as long as I can just weather the storm, I should be able to get there.
Yeah. And I think I just saw CAD resource a hotshot blaster, so now there should be at least one of those there now to note for future reference.
It looks like CAD unit. Oh, she put the CAD unit back in. He has Garandon, Boba, Raider. So in testing, one thing I really liked that we tried in a game was the CAD player Garandoning the Nemec on turn 1.
Yeah.
Instead of letting his opponent play something.
Yeah, and I'm curious what gets named here, because we've already seen the 2-drop, so I would think maybe you name something like Millennium Falcon, which he does have in hand, but we don't know what he named. Obviously, if he discards a card, he named one of those.
Yeah.
I don't see anything getting discarded, so I'm curious what he named there. What would you think of naming outside of Millennium Falcon?
Maybe Gorilla. Maybe he was afraid of a Gorilla Soldier.
I could see that.
Do a lot of damage.
Do you ever think later game and say, man, you know, those Han units are really tough and I want to secure the late game, or can you not afford to think that far ahead?
I think that you can if you... honestly, I think it's more of a later game thing. I don't think you want to take out those big threats until... they're actually relevant in that aspect.
Yeah, it'd be a good thing to know about, but not something that you'd want to call blind to take. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now let's see. Now McClunky is something that CAD would really like to have here and really put the pressure on Apodaca, saying, "I know some of the cards in your hand, and I'm going to get to discard one. And what are you going to do?" And as well as killing the L3. Instead, we see Boba Fett from set 1. This unit fell out of a lot of lists once the Boba Leader got banned and once more cards got released, but still has a really solid home in this Cad Bane Tarkentown deck.
Yeah, I mean, he's a 3/5, which is actually a pretty good stat line, and that on attack makes you have to think about what you're doing, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
You can't just attack with the unit that you just played. So,
Red 5 coming in, and yeah, this doesn't die to the Tarkentown. It will die to Tarkentown plus Red 5 attack. So Cad's gonna have to think about that. Now debating: do I attack in and kill this L3? Which could save Quinlan's Tarkentown. Looks like he just claims.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to save his Garandon for, like, from the Tarkentown, or even from the Red 5 attack. Mm-hmm. I think the Red 5 might wind up being a problem for the Cad player.
Yeah, it's really good in this matchup.
He doesn't have a lot of space. He has Misthunters and Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
He could McClunky and try to take it out. Comes a Jabba.
Yeah, I think I like this play. Cad trigger here. So now making Carlos Apodaca decide: do I kill my L3 or do I put my Red 5 in Tarkentown range? And the L3 is very helpful here to try to help clean up this ground a bit. He is just going to kill the L3, knowing that he'll get more pings later, and the Red 5 is going to be very valuable, like you were saying.
Yep, and that's a good decision of, why have him Tarkentown the Red 5 when we can just start eating everything from the air.
Yeah, and notably, if Carlos Torres finds a McClunky here, he could still play it this turn.
Yep.
Because you do get the 1-cost discount on Jabba. Did he? Oh, I think he whiffed.
He whiffed, yeah.
Unfortunate. I don't know the exact number of tricks that he's playing. I think I saw a couple of No Good To Me Deads in there, which are not a trick, but are very good in this matchup. So not the best Jabba from Carlos. Interesting to attack with a Garandon. I think
there should be 5 damage on that base.
No. On Carlos Torres's base.
Yeah.
Yes.
He swung with that.
It swung 5. With the Red 5. Yeah.
He just never put the die on there.
Yeah. Yeah. They're fixing it now. It looks like they're going back. Yeah. So they fixed it. Ooh, into the Kira. So much better start from Carlos Apodaca, and he was still able to take game 1 even without the start.
Ooh, a Fennec Shand.
That's out of the sideboard tech, I think, but I like the Shand and the Bamboozle, and I'm not sure what you name here if you're Carlos A. He could just make this Daring Raid very expensive, because otherwise Daring Raid Tarkentown is kind of annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it is a little rough, though, because you have that Jabba unit that can just attack in, and you can use that Tarkentown to clear out that Kira.
Yeah.
So I think he's just going to try to name something to make it as awkward as possible.
Yeah. It feels like this Kira is more just for information purposes, and you assume it's going to die soon anyway, but you're at least, if the Kira eats the Tarkentown, your Red 5's not eating the Tarkentown.
Right. So it's one, effectively heals you for 2.
Yeah.
Because the Jabba won't be attacking in. It wastes that Tarkentown.
Mm-hmm.
Helps save whatever other plays you're going to do. It looks like he has a Plo Koon, which will be able to eat something and stay alive from that Tarkentown if he uses it to kill the Kira.
Yeah, Plo Koon looks very good here. We still haven't seen a McClunky out of Cad, which is one of the real key cards in this matchup.
The danger here is that if Yodakiller attacks Jabba into Kira to set up that Tarkentown, that Plo Koon kills that Jabba.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm not going to be able to turn off Coordinate without using the Tarkentown first, so he won't be able to turn off Coordinate in one action with a Jabba attack without doing something else from hand.
Now, Yodakiller could use that Daring Raid, unless it was named, to try to save the Jabba, because once again, that 8 life is kind of hard for the Quinlan player to deal with in the long run.
Yeah.
So keeping something with 8 health as healthy as possible is really what you want to do.
Another thing you could do potentially is try to do something else to kill the Kira and then Tarkentown the Quinlan. But interesting. So Carlos Apodaca going to base here. He can still flip and play Plo Koon with coordinate, but we've been talking about how it can be better to flip on 6 potentially.
Well, he still has the red 5 as well, so he can attack the red 5, bring Jabba up to 6, and then Plo Koon still kills the Jabba.
Yeah.
If that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah. And he does just use the Tarkentown here. So Plo Koon coordinate is turned off for the moment. Yeah, the other thing is just one more red 5 attack is going to kill the Jabba anyway.
So now we have the CAD players at 11 damage.
Yeah. Damage stacking up again for Carlos Apodaca. Mist Hunter here with the CAD ping. So this Mist Hunter will be able to kill the red 5 with an attack next turn, but Tarkentown already used, so not going to do that now. Also, we still haven't seen a McClunky. This would be a really good spot to McClunky Garinden, kill red 5, and then replay Garinden, because you still have that discount from Jabba. Yeah. If Carlos kills either the Jabba or the Garinden, that really messes up the play this turn. But if he just flips, then something like a McClunky could be really good here for Carlos Torres.
The Quinlan player able to just constantly pressure the CAD's player's life to make everything difficult for the CAD players, exactly like how the Quinlan needs to dismantle the CAD player, right? Like, you need to say, hey, you need to deal with my stuff.
Yeah.
And because all my stuff can come in ready, like with the Falcons and the Cassians, and all my guys are 3 power, I can just chunk you down.
Yeah, this is such a massive board state here for Carlos Apodaca. What does CAD have to combat this? They can't flip until next turn. Can't kill anything on the ground right now.
They're 2 turns off from the CAD unit.
Yeah. 1 red 5 hit kills the Jabba, but Jabba doesn't kill anything on the ground right now anyway. We know there's a blaster in there for Carlos Torres, but that's 3 resources to just have your unit trade up a little bit into a 2-drop for either unit.
And we're getting into the realm of, no matter what,
Yeah, Carlos calls it. So 2-0 to Carlos Apodaca going into the top 8. Huge congrats to Carlos Apodaca from the late night team. Really well-known player up in the Midwest, and has had a lot of good results, and gonna carry on with this BIATL run here, and another great run. Huge shout out to our teammate Carlos Torres. Sad to see him go in the top 16, but still a great run to get there. Yeah.
And I do like how he showed how well the Quinlan can dismantle that CAD. Like, just ignoring everything you're doing, unless I need to do something to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And just constantly putting on that pressure.
Yeah, you could see it felt like everyone was trading, and then you look up and Quinlan has no damage on their base, and CAD has 15 damage. And you're like, oh well, we've been trading, except you're going to be dead in 2 attacks. Yep. So yeah, Carlos Apodaca really showing kind of the balance there between getting damage on base, forcing CAD to have the answers, and we never saw some of the key answers there out of CAD. We never saw McClunky. We saw the Jabba whiff on the tricks.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, congrats to Carlos Apodaca, and it looks like we have one of our backup matches still playing. If we go to camera 1. Oh, sorry. All of our backup matches are done. They're just talking, looking at sideboard cards now. So
we're gonna see if we can get somebody to move, but we can't guarantee that.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna see if we can get someone to move a potential game 3 onto a streamed game. While we're finding that out, we are going to go to a short break. We'll either be back in about 2 to 5 minutes with someone's game 3, or we'll be back once the top 8 starts. So either way, keep hanging around, and we'll be back soon with either a game 3 or with a top 8, depending on if everyone finishes early. So I am Jeff Creasy here with Clueless. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Yeah, hang tight.
All right, everyone, we are back live from CardsHQ in Atlanta for the Boston Invitational, the main event. We are drawing closer and closer to the conclusion of the largest prize pool tournament in SWU history, the 8K. I'm Josh Snyder, and I am joined by a special guest. George the Hulk Hudson is here with me in the booth. Good to have you, George.
Good to be here. Excited for this amazing game. Little Anakin, a little bit of Han 2, some powerhouses, and Han 1. Yeah. See how they take it down in the finals, or the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have featured, it's going to be Han 1 green, Filip Samuelsson, the defending champion, the defending main event champion of the Boston Invitational, versus Aroc Oakley, Grumpy Elephant, who is on the deck that's really kind of the talk of this main event. Anakin Data Vault been doing so well. We had 3 Anakin Data Vaults, the most represented deck in the top 16, all 3 advancing on to the quarterfinals. Now, unfortunately, 2 of them has to face off the teammates, but nevertheless, Anakin Data Vault making a splash here in the main event.
Exciting times. Using that 33 health base to get a little more powerful Anakin, extend the game with those high value green hero cards, some great new tools with things like adding the restore element. So incredible deck list, and looking forward to see how it works against Han 1 green.
Yeah, absolutely. Filip, we actually interviewed Filip earlier in the weekend, talked about not a lot of new tools for Han 1 green, maybe 1 or 2 spicy new includes. Of course, Captain Typho, a fantastic 4-cost unit for any green heroism deck. But we do want to take a quick look at the bracket here before we get started with our match, just to show you guys what it's looking like and what we are going to be working with in the quarterfinals of the top 8. So on the right side of our bracket, it would be Andrew on, or Reflex, Andrew Cox, Reflex,
Andrew Cox, yep,
on Yoda Tarkentown versus Micah Overly, which is on Han 2 Blue Force, and that is Andrew, actually the #1 seed of Group B, coming into the top 16. Then we're going to have, of course, our feature match is going to be Aroc Oakley, or Grumpy Elephant, versus Filip Samuelsson, the defending champion, on Han 1 green. And then on the other side of the bracket, it's going to be Pasqualle versus Tyler, the 2 McClunky Gaming teammates, on Anakin Data Vault. And then we've got top 4 finisher from the Galactic Championships, the Minneapolis Regional Champion and the defending team event champion now, Ophir Maram Wu, as you may know him, the 2nd seed from Group 2. He is going to be on Cura Data Vault against Carlos Apodaca from Late Night Gaming on Quinlan Tarkentown. So that's going to be our bracket here. Actually, we got it pulled up now, and that's going to be our bracket going into this quarterfinal match. Is there anything that stands out to you here with these particular matchups, George?
I mean, lots of green, but obviously, I think the matchup we're about to see is extremely exciting. A little bit of tempo racing, value racing. You have Anakin utilizing the extra health, the life pool. Filip going for more consistent game plan, going for that 30 HP base over the Data Vault. So really fun to see those kinds of clash against each other. Yoda Tarkentown is a team favorite here at the Bothans. So Tarkentown's a fantastic and a very Han 2 heavy meta, and the value engine Yoda presents with My Only Hopes and Ray triggers can really get people off guard. It's a lot of free damage, so looking forward to see how that plays out.
No, absolutely. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The 2 decks that stand out to me the most, Anakin Data Vault and Yoda Tarkentown, because those are newer decks, right, that really have come to life with the release of Secrets of Power. Of course, Quinlan Tarkentown, Cura Data Vault, Han 2 Blue Force, Han 1 Green, all decks we're very familiar with at this point, but still have some strong staying power in the meta, even with the release of these awesome new mechanics we have in Secrets of Power, like Disclose and Plot.
For sure. Yeah, the new Knowledge and Defense card that lets you give -2/-2 and draw a card. Gives you even more raid triggers, lots more card draw that we have access to. So, tools for that deck. And, of course, all the old ways you could draw cards. So.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, going to be exciting to see. Now, I think we're going to get over to the table. The players are getting ready to get started in this quarterfinals of the main event, the Boston Invitational in Atlanta at CardsHQ. Huge thank you to CardsHQ for making this possible, and the Boston Network as well. Aroc Oakley on the right, piloting Anakin Data Vault, this McClunky Gaming special.
So one thing about Han 1 is that he has a lot of mulligan flexibility. So the ability to play not only 2 costs, but also most of 3 costs. You can be pretty secure that you're going to see turn 1 play. You know, you can source up to 3. Oftentimes you're hitting 20, 25 turn 1 plays. So, you know, in these sort of matchups, you can say, all right, I specifically want this card to counter this. Boom, let's mulligan 4 to that. So that's, you know, Phil was thinking about his mulligan for, you know, he was very controlled and disciplined there. Yeah, thought about his mulligan and then waited until his opponent did as well. He had, and then Grumpy has initiative as well, right?
Yeah, I do believe
he has
so.
Initiative. Yeah. So
yeah, I believe Grumpy starting with the initiative.
Mm-hmm. What was the seed? Yes, Grumpy had initiative. Yeah, Anakin's always going to want initiative. The ability to trade up, you know. In this matchup, it's not the biggest of deals because Han 1 typically activates his Han ability turn 1, so he doesn't get initiative going in round 2. But just general thing to keep in mind. I see a Gungi. He's putting that right at the front of his hand. He's like, he knows what he's here for. Good old 2-5, hard to kill.
Yeah, this is the Group A 2 seed, and Aroc Oakley and Philip Samuelson, the defending champion, was the 6 seed from Group A. Facing off here. Like you said, such flexibility for Han 1 green on turn 1. We're going to see Aroc start us out here with the Sabine Wren Explosives Artist coming down into the ground arena. Now let's see if Philip goes with a 2-cost play or if we see that 3-cost opening. We're not going to. It's going to be R2-D2 full of solutions, discarding a card. Going to search the top 3 here for another card.
Lots of interesting decisions here. So he's digging for that resupply, is my usual read on this.
Yep.
When they R2 instead of ramping on turn 1. He also discarded his Millennium Falcon. So that tells me that, you know, he was saving that in case of a turn 1 ship. But felt like that wasn't necessary given that he had a Sabine opener. On Grumpy's side, this is great because the Anakin can buff the Sabine and then the ping can go to base.
Yeah.
So
having the initiative just so good with Anakin and that action ability, being able to take out your opponent's turn 1 play, and Sabine will survive through it. So there we see it, the Anakin action ability, 2 damage on Data Vault, but Sabine Wren unit is going to take out R2-D2, and like you said, that on-attack ability, 1 damage to Philip's base, and Philip has found resupply, going up to 4 resources, and now we've got Cassian Andor, another Rebel coming out in the ground arena for Aroc.
So now we're going into the flip turn for Han 1, so huge power spike here. We don't have anything that keeps him hostage, you know, for a 4-mic guy or a Champ Syndulla that has that potential, but because of the ramp, no longer. He gets to ramp. We could see a General's Blade here. I know they're enjoying that. So
oh yes, they've been having some fun with General's Blade this weekend in this build. Absolutely.
Yeah, we could see a hostage situation with our Han Solo leader here, but we'll see how this plays out.
So here we go. Philip with the initiative, going to use that action ability, potentially lining up this 5, 6, 7 turn for Han Solo. Han can deploy now. We're going to see Aroc making a play. Champ Syndulla is going to immediately get Aroc matched in resources. What a follow-up there. A huge play. Oh, man, Champ's so good against these Han Solo audacious smugglers.
For sure. That means next turn is going to be our Anakin flip turn. What normally might be a little bit difficult to maneuver is now Anakin go. So we will... see how
so good.
But Han Solo is not done yet. You know, that's
he's
all.
Not done.
That's all the resources for Anakin. You know,
that is
now
true.
He's just attacking in.
Yep, Champ Syndulla getting the extra resource. Cassian Andor trading some damage with Han Solo. We're going to see Han Solo attack, taking out Champ Syndulla. The on-attack ability going up to 7 resources. So Philip, of course, has a potential big 7-cost play here.
And there's also signals he probably has 2 7-cost plays. They typically want to kill their Han Solo to guarantee that resource on the 6 resource turn.
That's right. Yeah, because if he survives
and then
Anakin
kill him first action,
has initiative first action, you can't get back to 7 resources next turn. So, yeah, great read indeed. And we do see 4 damage on each base here. As you mentioned, Aroc is fully exhausted. So now let's see what Philip has in the tank for us. We're going to see a big 7-cost play, but which one is it? We know He has several options in this deck like Infest Nest, Han Solo Reluctant Hero, and Ewing Reinforcement to name a few, but we're going to see Infest Nest coming out. What do we bounce? Can bounce either one of these units that win played ability, can bounce an opposing unit with less power than Infest Nest. So Cassian Andor back to Eric's hand.
And one thing about yellow-green heroes, there's not a lot of ping effects. So you'll notice that this Infest Nest, even though they were both fairly annoying units still being alive and getting value trades, now we're bouncing them back to the hand, giving the Anakin value. So that Cassian, I'm sure we'll see him by the time they get through this 30 health. But maybe out of the smuggle road that next time. But
absolutely, Eric could get some more value out of Cassian Andor. The initiative on Eric's side of the board here. Looks like contemplating a use with Anakin. We're going to see the Anakin action ability used. Would be another 2 damage to Eric's base, and Sabine Wren could attack into Infest Nest here. 4 plus an additional 1 with the on attack ability, so 5 damage to Infest Nest.
Sabine putting in work.
Absolutely, the explosive artist. Doing some good work for Eric here in game 1. Now's the action back over to Filip, and we'll see what Filip wants to do here. Obviously, keep that Infest Nest open, being ready to bounce a potential threat that Eric puts down. We're going to see the Han Solo action ability like you called. Filip signaling that he has multiple 7-cost plays. We have 7 ready resources once again for Filip. And that Han action ability, putting a card from your hand into play as a resource and readying it. You do have to defeat a resource at the start of the next action phase, which is why we saw Filip defeat 2 resources at the start of this action phase between the Han action ability and the on attack ability last round. Filip must have quite a few options here. Looking at his resources, we know these Han decks usually have lots of smuggle options.
That's exactly what's happening. You're 100% correct. There's techs, there's L3s under there. He's thinking, the Anakin's not spent a single resource yet, so there's no.
Here it comes.
Oh.
Another 7-cost play. Oh, it's going to be Kelleran Beck. Kelleran Beck has seen so much play this weekend. He generates a ton of value, scales so well. We're going to see Filip search the top 7 cards of his deck, looking for a unit that costs 3 or less. We'll be able to play it for free. Let's see what he finds here. Could find something that is a bit aggressive, like a Millennium Falcon. Could find something a little more defensive, like an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Certainly several options in this deck.
It's the Anakin flip turn. Anakin does have Overwhelm, but we're only got 5 damage on the Data Vault, so no Overwhelm value there. But yeah, tons of options, and it could even be tech, right? Present a threat that they want to. There's tech.
Okay.
Yep. So now Anakin has to decide, do I want to go base to that 5 damage or go after tech? And this is really going to come down to what Anakin thinks his value, in-game value is. He does have his own Kelleran Beck's, his own Home 1.
I do believe he's running Home 1 in this
2 Home
deck.
1s.
Yep.
Yes. So, lots of big stuff there, but, we're facing down a lot of damage on the on side of the board, being able to, get all that stuff out 2 or 3 turns early. So,
yeah.
We shall see what comes in hand. But don't underestimate this Anakin deck.
No.
Lots of General's Blades and ways they can cheat resources as well and stats as well. So
tech certainly a threat here, essentially giving Filip a ton of options. Only 1 card left in hand, but every one of those resources, while tech is in play, will have smuggle with an additional cost of 2. So now the action back over to Eric. We know he has 6 resources. He can deploy Anakin. Has several cards in hand here, but definitely looking at a pretty threatening ground arena.
For sure.
Do see Captain Typho in hand. Does have a Sentinel unit. Let's see what he ends up going with here. It's going to be CoDameron, quick to improvise, putting down a big threat of his own, which is nice here because Infest Nest, of course, cannot bounce. This CoDameron has more power than Infest Nest.
And notice this after the resources were tapped, because the classic trick here is you hot shot blast the Infy's nest, and then what you thought was safe is no longer safe.
That's absolutely right.
Resources are tapped, so I think that Infy's nest is probably not going to make it through this turn cycle, but we shall see.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because if we go to next turn, Filip has the initiative. You could see that hot shot blaster come out of the resources, and CoDameron could end up being bounced. So here comes Anakin being deployed. The Anakin leader unit is going to get into Infy's nest. We see 5 total power, so we do see some overwhelm damage here. A total of 3 overwhelm damage. Filip up to 7 damage on his base. And Anakin Skywalker, 2 HP remaining.
And if I know Phil, that killer one's going right to Poe. Yeah, no, he even last BIATL he ran his Han very value oriented, very safe controlling. Like this, he was very heavy on discard back then during the Django meta.
That's right.
But because he wanted to make sure you couldn't even play those triple dark raids. So
yeah, that's right.
that was his kind of take on the archetype from. Which we'll see play out today.
Yeah, Filip, the defending champion, won with Han 1 yellow back in the main event at the original Bothan Invitational in March earlier this year. And now, moving to this next phase, Filip with the initiative. Kelleran Beck, 7 power threat. We could take out the CoDameron, and George, the mad scientist, has called it exactly. CoDameron, quick to improvise, not allowed to do any attacking here in this game 1. Kelleran Beck taking it out, just 1 HP remaining. Now Eric taking a look at Anakin leader. We're going to trade with tech here. No overwhelm damage. Anakin was just 5 power. A clean trade here. Now the action back over to Filip with no units left on Eric's side of the board. Do we have another big 7-cost play? Do we have some smuggle? Filip has 2 cards in hand. We've already seen tech. Could have another tech in the resource row here.
Because he hasn't actually smuggled anything. The tech is from Kelleran Beck.
Yep.
So one thing I talk about smuggle a lot is that when you smuggle, you're getting further into your deck. It's that deck velocity.
Right.
So the more you smuggle, the more likely you see the more smuggle cards. You're just getting further into your deck.
Well, look who's back.
Hey,
he's back again. Tech being smuggled into play. And now Eric is going to follow it up with Queen Amidala. Queen Amidala and Jar Jar Binks, my favorite 2 cards of Secrets of Power. Love this 5-cost unit. Getting a couple spy tokens.
Beautiful
for Eric.
spy tokens.
Oh, yes, those beautiful Bothan spy tokens with the cowboy hat and everything.
The cowboy hat and the coat? What kind of style is that? Who would wear that?
Who would do that, George? Asks the mad scientist himself.
I don't think they're on a lab coat, but, you know.
We're going to see Filip claim the initiative after this Queen Amidala. And now Eric just going to extend his presence in the ground arena a little bit, playing that Outer Rim Constable. No upgrades to defeat, but it gives him another 3 power body in the ground arena. Two players that have been on the top of their game throughout the entirety of this weekend. Eric from McClunky Gaming has played so much SWU throughout this weekend. And is working hard to take Filip out, the reigning main event champion that flew all the way from Denmark.
Dedicated
for this event.
Love
Filip,
it. This is the following we have here.
True dedication.
For sure, for sure.
Coming
we
all
really
the way
built,
across the pond.
really built a community here, you know.
That's right.
With Star Wars and this event in particular. People love the 3v3. You know, we have
Oh,
people,
yes.
people from the West Coast, people from, you know, other side of the world. So people get excited about this kind of an event, especially at the beginning of a set. Yeah, the hype is, the energy here is fantastic.
Hype is real.
Yes.
It is real hype for sure. The 8 resource turn. Filip has the initiative. Kellerin Beck just 1 HP remaining, so that Kellerin Beck's going to need to do some work here before one of those spies just crash in. We're going to see 7 damage coming through to Data Vault. Eric up to 13 damage on base. We're going to see Queen Amidala taking out Tech, the extremely versatile unit for Filip. Queen Amidala taking that damage. 1 HP remaining. Has the spy tokens in play for some possible protection if needed. Even that.
Not just the
Outer Rim
spy, just the
Constable.
outer rim
Yeah, that's right. They're all
also.
officials.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this board state is very modular. You know, all these units can be buffed with Anakin. They can go for phase. They can protect. So, yeah, very cool. Just how a few cards can really change the way the matchup plays. Because like this Queen Amidala is going nowhere.
Yeah, such a good point.
No way to be dealing with these random 2 health units efficiently.
Action back over to Filip. We're going to pay 5 for Blue Leader. Paying the extra 2 resources, moving it to the ground arena. 2 experience tokens, going to ambush and defeat one of the spy tokens. And now that second spy token is going to come in and trade with the Kellerin Beck unit. And keep in mind, Eric has yet to spend any resources on this particular turn. We have Filip using the action ability from the Han leader.
Resource?
Yeah, 4 ready resources, just 1 card in hand for Filip. Now we see Captain Typho for the first time in this match.
Here to protect the queen.
That's absolutely right. And now Filip looking in these resources once again. Does he have yet another tech? We've seen all three techs in game 1.
I love this decision point. So now, with the Anakin buff, he has a constable. Is he going to have to blue leader or tech, to prevent that card advantage potential?
And it is going to be tech. Eric has respected tech 100% in this first game.
I think everyone who's been around Han 1 absolutely respects tech.
We've seen the disgusting things that Han 1 can do. We see Mina Bonteri coming out. We see another Outer Rim Constable coming into play as well, taking out that experience token.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely
Which
incredible.
means it's only 4 power left on the wing leader, and it can't go in and take out Typho now.
It's huge.
What a play.
There's not a lot of pings. And in red, there's more pings. There's some pings. But, taking that experience down, same effect. Yeah, incredible in this board state.
Now the action will be on Filip here, but has some real work to do once again. This ground arena really showing some big pressure for Eric. You've got a total of 14 damage being represented in the ground arena.
And you'll notice this harkens back to what this set did with green white. They gave a lot of restore and a lot of healing to green white. When we were building Anakin blue, multiple times over the card's history, we emphasized restore, so that way you had that balance of I'm getting the value trades, but I'm not just losing the aggro. So, and you can see that play out here where, he was using his Anakin, getting his Anakin more powerful, but now he has Restore to lean into those value elements of his deck.
Absolutely right. Great new healing pieces for this Anakin from Secrets of Power. We do see another Kellerin Beck coming out for Filip, and he does have 2 ready resources, so we can dig a bit deeper and go for a more expensive unit. We're going to play our own Captain Typho unit. So now Filip has his own Sentinel. Only problem is here we do have that Queen Amidala ready to go with 5 power for Eric.
The Mina Bonteri is ready to take a hit and draw another card. So
yeah, Mina Bonteri just provides so much value. You've got the built-in restore. You have that great when defeated ability that she's able to replace herself, get you another card. Now lots to think about here for Eric. Following this Kellerin Beck into Captain Typho play. Just being very precise here, thinking through the numbers. What can we do? Of course, the Queen Amidala can take out Typho, but there's lots of options.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He could be.
He's got the Anakin ability here.
Typho or Constable into hit the opponent's Typho. There's
And then Amidala could potentially even
sack.
go into one of these other units if needed.
Well, that's also that he might want to save the Anakin ability to Amidala into the Kelleran back.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. Could trade up into Kelleran. Plenty of options. 3 cards in hand for Eric to work with here.
Yeah, if he attacks this Typho, he loses that Sentinel, but, takes Blue Leader out with him. So,
we are going to see the Anakin action ability. It's going to go ahead and
Constable
be used. The Outer Rim Constable attacking into Captain Typho. An additional +2 power. We do see the Disclose effect when Typho is attacked. We see U-Wing Reinforcement, that last card in Filip's hand. A pretty good one if it's your last card. Filip heals 1 damage from his base. Both of those units defeated. And it's just going to be a claim from Filip, that Blue Leader at only 4 power, just not much to do. And we're going to see a General's Blade coming down onto Queen Amidala. And Hugh Wang is going to come out and give Typho +2/+2. Mina Bonteri swinging in for 2, restoring 1. And now this board has completely flipped in favor of Eric. We are going to see 6 damage coming through from Typho and 8 damage coming through from Queen Amidala. It is 22, 21? I think it is 22. I thought it was 22 if I did my math right.
Yeah, it's 22.
Okay, 22 damage on base, 8 HP remaining. Queen Amidala is lethal with
Sentinel.
1 more attack behind a Sentinel, and there's an official on the board.
And we know the only card in his hand was
U-Wing Reinforcement.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is brutal. What does Filip find off the top here?
There are options, Sentinels, etc., life gain, but...
This Anakin Data Vault deck, my goodness, it has been doing so much work this weekend.
Yeah, these upgrade lines, that's the real trick to what made this deck. These General's Blades, Hu Yangs, that takes it from, oh yeah, we're playing like a fair value game into, oops, you're dead.
Slam dunk.
The game's over now. So yeah, very cool, very clever. Because the Bothans, we've largely been on Anakin Blue since they came out, and we've sort of played a bunch of different iterations of that. But the Anakin Green, looking real good.
So here it comes, U-Wing Reinforcement. I think we're really going to need to find probably a Sentinel unit here, right? Is there any other option? Because of course, Enfys Nest can't bounce; it's too much power. I mean,
there's no upgrade Hayton yellow-green that you'd have. An exhaust effect possibly from yellow.
Yeah, that is possible.
But I don't think.
I don't think we've generally been seeing that from
no.
Filip. Wow.
We don't have that deck list, but.
What does Filip find? Searching the top 10 cards for up to 3 units with a combined cost 7 or less. We'll play them for free.
He's thinking. He's got something. Wasn't a snap concede.
And it is going to be a Sentinel here.
There you go.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, Protective Padawan. When played, when you play a Force unit, he gets Sentinel for the phase. We see L337 as well. So we do currently have a Sentinel unit in Queen Amidala's way, but now back over to Eric. Eric has multiple cards in hand. He has a small army in the ground arena. And that Captain Typho, +2/+2, could just take out Obi-Wan Kenobi with 1 swing. There it is. Captain Typho will attack into the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit. It is defeated. Filip is going to scoop it up there. Eric Baldry, Grumpy Elephant, with Anakin Data Vault a 1-game lead here in the quarterfinals.
Woo.
Whew, that was
that is
Queen Amidala and General's Blade. Sign me up.
Very, very cool, very cool. I love it, absolutely love it. And you saw, I think that was a good example of Han 1 green at its best. That was a resupply on turn 2 into the turn 3 flip, double 7s. That was a lot of what that deck wants to do. And between the power of Anakin, he was able to value trade and get back onto the board.
Wow, this Anakin Data Vault deck. Crazy.
Very
it
cool.
has been having so much success this weekend. McClunky Gaming bringing it in big numbers. And, what's kind of funny with the Anakin Data Vault deck is Grumpy, or Eric, played this deck in the first pool. He played it in the first pool, and then he said, if I make it to the top cut, He told his teammate Tyler, he said, you can play it. You just play this deck.
just take the
I'll
deck,
hand
take
you the
cards.
deck. You play it in pool 2. He made the top cut, handed the deck to Tyler. Tyler made the top cut.
Love it.
And they then had a third copy of this deck make it to the top cut. So they had to go searching because they only had 2 built. So they had to go searching for the cards needed to build this third copy for Pasquale, Tyler, and Eric to run this deck
in the top 16.
in the top 16.
I love that. That's
Incredible.
Me and Guy had the same story last year. I love that they're continuing the tradition, and the fact that it's a good meta call.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
There's a lot going into these big tournaments, especially a fresh meta, especially new set. People are like, I don't know what to bring. They don't really know the matchup spreads or whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of people, are a little confused about that, and we're like, well, I just made it through the whole field. Give it a shot. And it worked for Guy last year. And it worked for Tyler this year. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Very cool.
And Tyler was kind of joking about it with me, and he was saying, "Look, I haven't even played this deck that much." He's like, I kind of asked him, what's the secret sauce? What about this deck and everything? And he said, "Man, you're gonna have to ask one of them." It's like I've only played it a few times, but it's just going to show. I mean, obviously Tyler's a great player, but just going to show the power level of this deck that you have one of their teammates that isn't as familiar, and he comes in, storms his way into now the quarterfinals of this main event. It's been great. And like you mentioned, I think the big standout in that game to me is, Filip did what he wanted to do. He did what Han 1 Green wants to do. He had the early resupply. He had the big 5, 6, 7 on turn 3. He had what he needed, but it wasn't enough.
Yep.
So, Filip's got to go into the tank here, take a look at this sideboard and see if anything can come in and help the defending champion get back into this match, because right now, one more loss, and our defending champ is out.
Yeah, we'll see those Keller and Beck start going face this time. So, yeah, I think a little bit of a muscle memory from being able to smuggle out. You saw him lean heavily on smuggle as the turn cycles went on.
Yeah.
Granted, he didn't have much of a hand, so it didn't like he had a whole lot of. Well, he had a lot of options. They were just from the smuggle row. But you saw as that was happening, Mina Bonteri's, the expensive cards from Red Green. He was playing those. And I think Grumpy had like 5 cards in his hand at the end of the game.
He had plenty of cards to work with as well.
He had options, power, everything he could want. So
and hey, don't forget, we're doing another Bothan Invitational. The third Bothan Invitational is going to be in New Jersey, March 20th. And McClunky Gaming is actually going to be helping run that event. That's going to be super exciting. We'll have more information coming soon. But again, the team event's going to be the main star of the show and the next Bothan Invitational. But looks like the players are getting ready here as we get back to the gameplay. Game 2 of the quarterfinal feature match here. Filip Samuelsson, Eric Baldry. Filip will start with the initiative. We'll see if he finds what he is looking for.
Yeah, the 3v3 has been absolutely huge success. Like everyone, we've had people from across the world, literally across the world, come for it. So we're excited to expand that to 2 different events for the next time. So we're looking forward to that. Yeah, my team made it to the semifinals.
Yes,
that one, top 4.
And I was rooting for you guys.
I
was rooting for you guys because of the lineup that you had was so unique. You didn't have the big meta decks. You had all this awesome spice, and you guys were so close, to getting all the way to the finals and having a shot to take down the champs.
Yeah. We had our 2 fighters, Von Reg and Kazuda, and our Von Reg's glasses broke, and we were his goggles broke. You see that? Oh man! But no, well played games, and it was super fun developing that strategy and all those deck lists and then executing on it. So,
yeah. Speaking of the team event at the next Bothan Invitational and how it will be a pool 1 and pool 2, so there'll be 2 separate groups there for the team event. We had 44 teams this event. Is that right, Courtney? I think it was 44, 132 players, I believe, was the number. So I'm excited to see once we expand on the team part. How many teams are we going to have? How many more people you think will get involved? That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Totally. Do we have any more, availability? But total, when you put 2 groups together, maybe we can add up
we
more
sold out so fast
teams.
this time. The discussions may be outside of a store. That it might be. That's months away, but anyway.
Thinking far ahead, aren't we?
Yeah.
So it looks like Filip keeping his opening hand. And we're going to see a mulligan here from Eric. Filip certainly used to the pressure. This is someone, again, the defending champ here at the Bothan Invitational main event. He's been doing very well over in Europe as well. Just had a top cut at one of the big events over there. So Filip,
oh yeah,
very used to these pressure situations.
Yeah, in the finals last year when I played him, yeah, we had the whole bleachers. We were playing over by the bleachers, so
yeah,
we had rows and rows of people watching us. So that was it was
exciting.
Fun to see him, how he handled that.
So here we go, Filip. Going to start with L337 here in game number 2, and no turn 1 play for Eric. Not sure that's what he was looking for.
Absolutely not. Red-green does not need initiative that much in turn 2. They do, but they want to have units easily.
Right.
So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, even the outer rim. Oh, this is a tricky situation. What's about to happen is when the Han plays a card. Yep. So he plays card first. Now Grumpy cannot claim, because if he claims, that Cobb Vanth is losing the unit. So
that's a great point. Yeah, Cobb Vanth has that win defeated ability, but it's only a 3/2. So if he claims the initiative, that win defeated, you search the top 10 cards of your deck for a unit that costs 2 or less. You discard it, and you can play it this phase for free. But the problem is you have to play it. It's not that same action. You have to take another action to play it. And L3 with that shield token could just take it out, stay on the board.
There's a little soft pass trick you can do with Anakin where you can take 2 damage to your base and to avoid a situation. But we saw a pass claim is what we ended up seeing. So Phil really wanting initiative going into the 5 resource turn. Super interesting. I mean, I think we very obviously have a Cham coming here, but
yeah, we saw Cham in the first game for Eric, and now Filip with the initiative could go for the big 5, 6, 7 turn with Han Solo once again. Eric just laboring a bit over this resource decision. At least at this point, may be able to try and get some, value out of this Cobb Vanth.
We saw Grumpy skip his turn 1.
Yep.
So typically that means to me like, oh, his hand's going to be like larger stuff. He's going to curve well, but definitely struggling with that resource decision. So
yeah. So Cobb Vanth win defeated ability here as L337 does run into the Cobb Vanth unit. Let's see what Grumpy finds.
So Phil's still going for that value, still trading. So we'll see. He does not think he can race the Anakin. This is a lesson going back to set 3. If you think you can race your Anakin, you're typically wrong. You need to kill him. 10 attack leader is nothing to ignore. So we'll see how that works out for him.
Do find a Mina Bonteri, certainly a good one.
Maybe
one of the best ones. Mina Bonteri discarded, and that's going to allow Eric to play it with his next action. We are going to see the Filip action ability here. Look. Yeah, he did. he found his two cost unit, a little late, but we've got it. I do believe Eric just passes here. Han Solo is deployed. Action back over to Eric. Like you said, I do believe he does have Cham Syndulla in hand.
Yeah. He's looking at a typo, though. Nope. Okay.
So I believe just passed again. Han attacking into Mina Bonteri. Taking out Mina, we see the disclose. Eric able to draw a card here. Now we're going to see that Cham Syndulla coming out. It does look like. Kind of thinking it through. Making sure this is the play, but Cham Syndulla is going to get another resource for Eric off the top card of his deck with that when played ability. If your opponent controls more resources than you, you get another resource from the top card of your deck.
7 we're getting Han Solo, a little Impy's Nest, spin the wheel.
Here it comes.
U-Wing.
What's it going to be for Filip this time around? It is a U-Wing reinforcement, which he could then find one of those units that you just mentioned.
That's the beauty of the deck.
Yep. The Impy's Nest, the Han Solo, either one of those. Like, the Han Solo just comes in wipes out Cham.
Yes.
Right? Infest Nest actually can't bounce Cham here.
No.
Because they have the same power. But we could see something, and I've seen this play several times this weekend, U-Wing Reinforcement, Keller and Beck, another unit, right? So
yeah, for sure,
that's a pretty good play.
Yep.
Now the one thing...
Nothing that keeps... So if with all those sequences, if he doesn't answer the Cham, Han Solo's going to die first action. So he's protecting his Han Solo.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep, absolutely right. He does find 2 units here. We see Captain Typho and the Millennium Falcon, piece of junk entering play ready. Eric claiming the initiative. Now we're going to see 3 damage. The first damage coming through in game 2 with Millennium Falcon unit. And we do have an update here. The first person to move on to the semifinals, Carlos Apodaca taking out the giant. Ophir Maram, the defending team champion, has been eliminated.
On Cad Tarkentown versus Kira of all the matchups.
Cad Tarkentown. Wow. No, wait. Wasn't it Quinlan Tarkentown? I think it's Quinlan. It was Quinlan Tarkentown.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay, understood.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Carlos Apodaca taking out Ophir. Wow.
What an upset.
Taking out Kira Datavault and Ophir. Big upset there. Moving on to the next turn here.
Yeah, it's Quinlan. We figured it out. Sorry.
Yep, it is Quinlan. Anakin leader unit can be deployed on this turn, but right now Filip has quite the board presence. Captain Typho standing in the way of Cham. Yep, that's absolutely right. That Captain Typho is so important to protect. Oh, but look at this. Eric has open fire. So Captain Typho unfortunately can't protect him from open fire. Han Solo leader unit is defeated, and here on this turn, Filip will not be going back up to 7 resources.
Huge.
Big time play from Eric Beaudry. I believe that Kira was the last villainy deck standing. Wow.
I believe that is correct. I mean,
That's
when
crazy.
3 of them are Anakin, yeah.
So it's going to be all heroism moving on into the semifinals, guaranteed.
Well, this kind of leads into, typically in the beginning of a meta, the proactive strategies, the more aggressive strategies are typically the ones favored. It's easier to optimize, how you're threatening your opponent rather than how you're going to efficiently answer your opponent and then hit them harder. So we're kind of seeing that play out to some degree.
Filip definitely in the tank right now. He's got only 6 resources to work with. He's got multiple units that he can attack with, but really laboring here over this decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely the defeating of the Han Solo probably
it threw him off a bit.
The wrench in his plans. Absolutely.
He wasn't. I don't think open fire was on the bingo card here for Filip on this particular turn.
Mm-mm. Yeah, typically you see that to kill your early game units, that sort of stuff. But open fire, just super versatile.
Looks like Filip is going to pay 6 here. We're going to pay 6 for Cunning. How about this? Now let's see what Filip chooses here. He's got several options. You can exhaust up to 2 units. Bounce a non-leader unit that has 4 or less power back to its owner's hand. You can give a unit plus 4 power or discard a random card from your opponent's hand. We're going to exhaust Cham Syndulla. And let's see what the other...
Keeping Typho alive, plus 4.
Captain Typho is going to be an 8-power threat on this turn.
He's holding that Anakin hostage, so
yes,
no upgrades.
He is.
No upgrades here. That's the soft pass I was talking about. Well, this is also getting him to a a little bit more attack on his Anakin, but yep. See him take damage even though he can't attack with anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Millennium Falcon Going to get into base for 3. We are going to see Anakin be deployed here.
No fear.
No fear. Well, I guess he knows now that he used that action ability. If Typho attacks in, you know that Typho's down as well.
Yeah. Like, you don't feel terrible about this, not at all.
And Typho's going to base.
Okay.
8 to base here.
I think this is Phil adapting from his plan last game where he was trying to
be the
outvalue.
aggressor.
Yep, exactly. He's doing, great call here, I think. Granted, it's really hard to raise Anakin because you'll see, he was just a little 4 attack. Now it's getting even higher and
now
higher.
it's really big, right? It's +3 power, so Anakin will be +3 power. Now we see Huang coming out as well, giving Anakin an additional +2/+2 while Huang is in play. So that Anakin now all of a sudden is going to be a 9 power threat, a 9/9 right now.
With Overwhelm. Just
Oh,
throwing
yeah,
it
just,
out there,
you know. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, Typho's not going to block him for very long. Or
Filip just claiming the initiative here.
Just no cares given. Just
Yeah.
all right.
Well, Anakin survives, right?
Yeah,
with
help.
Huang. So
yeah, okay.
Huang, the Jedi
him
droid, keeping Anakin alive. We're going to see a total of, should be 4 overwhelm damage, I do believe, here. So should be 4 damage on Filip's base. First base damage coming through this game for Eric. Just making sure we counted it all up correctly. Getting it right. And that's going to do it for this action phase. We head into the regroup phase, and all of a sudden, you do only have 1 HP left on Anakin, so Anakin, pretty easy target, I believe, on this turn for that L337. I don't think you can let Anakin swing again.
No, not at all. No.
That's enough. That's enough.
That ends very poorly.
So L337 set to get some good value here.
Okay, and he's paying his taxes. He's with Millennium
Falcon out.
So,
yep. The droid does attack into the leader unit. Both units defeated.
Either we'll see a Han ability to get to 7 or another 6 possibly.
Action back over to Eric. Is showing still 7 power in the ground arena. Jam Syndulla coming through. It's 9 damage on Filip's base. Another 3 coming through with Millennium Falcon. Chipping away here. 19 damage on Data Vault. Huang getting in for 2 as well. Trading damage. Trading some blows here so far during this phase. Action back over to Filip. Like you talked about, we can go back to 7 resources with that Han action ability.
Oh, you thought about it.
Thinking about it.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay,
thinking.
No, he's doing it. He's doing it. Yeah. We know what your deck does, Han Solo.
Come on, Filip. You're not going to trick us. 7 resources ready now for Filip. Another card from hand, a ready resource. Off that Han action ability. Action over to Eric. Gonna take a look at this discard pile first. See what we could be running into. Something we haven't seen yet. Han Solo Reluctant Hero. It's 1/7 cosplay we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
We've seen Infus Nest. We've seen Colored Back.
It's possible it's bad luck, but it's also possibly that was bad medical. I don't know.
Here comes Captain Typho. We're getting a Sentinel unit in the ground arena for Eric. What do we find? 7 cost play incoming. It's going to be Keller and Beck once again. And we do not have any more ready resources, so looking for a unit that costs 3 or less here. Now there is Han Solo Reluctant Hero, so we know that it's there.
He's there.
It's there.
As a mono Han player formerly, you gotta have some of the classics. We also saw the cutting last turn, so it definitely has those little threads you can see from his play style of exhaust +4 for the win. Very flexible card.
I heard you may have won a planetary qualifier with that.
I did.
That mono.
It was a good deck.
Han.
It was a good deck. I may have DJ'd somebody like 5 times in one game, and
That's
then
not
4
right.
games in one
It's
game.
not right, George.
Yeah. It was It was, when they don't have 8 resources, they can't see Blazer Blast. Easy. So.
That is totally fair. Philip just thinking through.
Yeah, lots of options. Lots of skill expression here for sure.
Got some options. Looking at the hand once again. Trying to plan out this next turn. What does it look like? We still have ready resources on the opponent's side of the table. Right now, again, like you said, Philip, recognizing that value game didn't really work out last time. Trying to be more aggressive this game, but we'll have to get through Captain Typho. We're going to find Obi-Wan Kenobi, the protective Padawan, coming down into the ground arena. We'll have Sentinel for this phase. And now Eric looking to play another unit. We're going to see Blue Leader coming out just as a 3/3 in the space arena.
Skill stats, that gives full initiative.
Yeah, Phil with the initiative. Just needs to find a way to deal 14 more damage to Eric's base to send this to a deciding game 3. The defending champ on the ropes.
Already Hotshot Blaster. All reliable.
Yeah, I think Hotshot Blaster onto Obi-Wan Kenobi is kind of what you're thinking. Take out that Sentinel, leave Kelleran back open, try to get in for at least another 7 here. 2 swings with Kelleran back. It's exactly what we need.
Getting there.
14.
33 health base, but Kelleran back's a big boy. And you're noticing the value of cards like Hu Yang, gave that buff, which is very, immediate born impact, immediately health value trades, and it's just hanging around.
Yeah, it's hanging around, right? Absolutely.
You can activate Anakin.
Continuing to threat.
Maybe he'll get a General's Blade.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I love about Anakin, because even these unassuming units become real threats to your board.
And it doesn't take resources. It's not like
That's
it's not like Rey where you have to eventually get there. Anakin says, "No, we're gonna do that now."
Yep, that's absolutely right. And keep in mind, actually, something to think about here. That Captain Typho will also heal 1 damage, so it is going to require 2 swings with Kelleran back and something else, right? Because now we're going to go to 15 damage left on base if that disclose is met. Let's say if the Obi-Wan Kenobi could go in and take out that Typho, you'd go back down to 18 damage on Eric's base.
I'm sorry, did we just see a Han ability?
I do believe so.
So this is when... So instead of... So a couple things here. Instead of resourcing for the turn, you can activate a Han, so that way... you pay for the Falcon, but no.
Lots to think about here. Philip once again in the tank. Yeah, just so much versatility. With that Anakin ability, we're going to see Infus Nest coming out. Going to bounce Typho back to Eric's hand. And now Eric in a position, staring down. Kelleran back, that's 7 power unit.
Okay, you got the radium. That makes more sense. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where the disconnect was. Yes, he got the radium. Okay. Yep, Infuse Nest huge. Balances so much on this board, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. See what Eric goes with here. Of course, that Anakin ability, you always do have the option to use here. Could take out the Kelleran back with 1 action because of Champ Syndulla.
He played on turn 4, about to take out a 7-drop. The power of Anakin at this play. But he didn't snap it, so maybe he's got some other ideas.
Yeah, he's got several cards in hand, and of course has to think about Infus Nest as well. Kelleran back, priority number 1, but Infus Nest certainly going to start being a problem as well.
Especially if he's saving that blaster we were just talking about. So if he saves that blaster for bouncing future units.
Yeah, absolutely. Infus Nest with a blaster. Such a powerhouse play. Eric just thinking through every possible line. Has quite the decision tree here. So many options. Eric has played phenomenal all weekend long. Just making sure we don't fumble at this point.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there was a very climactic moment in 3v3 where he was telling his teammates, they were consulting each other, and it was a incredible moment. Watch that pay off for him. It was a bold call, but a right one.
All right, another update here. Pasquale from McClunky Gaming taking down his teammate Tyler. It was the Anakin Data Vault mirror. We're going to see another Captain Typho coming out.
Or the same one, he bounced.
Just getting it right back out. But yet another Sentinel. So now Kelleran back once again. Faced with that Sentinel play and with just one ready resource. We don't have that blaster option now. I believe Kelleran back lining up to take out Captain Typho, but Filip just thinking this through. We've got 7 damage on Eric's side of the board. We know that Eric is poised to potentially take out Kelleran back. With Champs and Dula, we still have 4 ready resources. We are going to see Kelleran back come into Captain Typho. We see the disclose. A command and heroism aspect icon revealed here. 1 damage healed from Eric's base. And it is
one of the
be
really
4
cool parts of this
back.
closed mechanic. So you saw a green card and a red heroism card. Either he's trying to hide his green heroism cards that are more higher impact, or he doesn't have one.
Yeah.
So how you use that information typically depends on how many cards they have in hand. But super interesting decision point for Grumpy Elephant there.
Getting some value attacks on both sides. Champs and Dula taking out Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then Millennium Falcon on Filip's side, taking out the blue leader. We do see Bounty Hunter's Quarry coming out. On to Kelleran back. Setting up the bounty here. We are going to see the Anakin action ability used. Another 2 damage to Grumpy's base. But we are going to see Kelleran Beck defeated, and now Eric able to claim the bounty. Searching the top 10 because Kelleran Beck is unique. Be looking for a unit that costs 3 or less, and we'll play it for free.
Yeah, very popularized by the swoop racers with their Hantu ECL, using that Bounty Hunter Quarry and an aggro shell. Obviously, you've seen it in like boss greens and boss ECLs, but it's very cool to see it in the red-green hero archetype getting, a nice 1-cost Mina Bonteri, real good.
There you go, Mina Bonteri. Such a good play. We see another space unit coming out for Eric. Red 5. And it's a little bit of a problem for that Falcon. Doesn't line up well here to Red 5 and has 3 damage on, so that on attack ability.
But the Falcon can always run away and come back another day.
That is true.
Yeah.
It's true. See what Filip does here. Likely just have to bounce the Falcon. We'll be stuck with Infest Nest in the ground arena.
Yeah, one of my favorite Bounty Hunter Quarries is with the Cobb Vanth. You turn that 1 resource into a 3-resource unit, and then you get another 2 resource unit. So lots of fodder for Anakin.
Absolutely. Now we do see Millennium Falcon staying in play. We've got the 1 resource paid. So I believe Falcon coming across for 3 here. Is that right? Am I missing something?
I don't think he's ready yet. Long tournament. There's no reason they should both be.
Both players just playing.
Oh, looking at each other's discards. I think they're asking about what cards are in the discard.
Okay.
Based off the movements.
Make sure we got everything ready here, but he is going to keep Falcon in play.
Yeah, counting Kellerans and etc.
So how much damage we need? We need 13 damage for Filip. We're showing 8 on the board right now between Infest Nest and Falcon. But Eric is poised to take out either of these units on his first action. What's going to be the first play for Filip here? We're going to see Cunning. Oh, this is going to be great. It's going to exhaust Red 5 and Champs and Dula. And it's going to be +4 power to Enfys Nest. So Enfys Nest will just bounce anything on this turn with that on-attack ability. Eric lining up. Looks like it's going to be a big play for Eric as well. We're going to play home 1. Get back Blue Leader. Blue Leader is going to take out Millennium Falcon, restoring 1 from base. As home 1 does give each other unit restore 1 on Eric's side of the board. Pretty good follow-up here.
But the thing is, like, we're in the stage of the game where actions are a premium. You're not going to have all these actions to gain a whole bunch of health and gain action and gain the value. This MPS is going to come in and put you in check.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. 19 damage on Eric's base. Enfys Nest can deal 9. We'd go to 28.
Check, and then attack for 5.
But the thing is, we do still have restore 1, restore 2 with Mina Bonteri.
Okay.
So Mina could take us right back out of the lethal range.
Yes.
So
but if I know Philly's got a blaster in there, I can feel it. Lost too many games of that. You'll see that card creeping into decks that aren't even yellow, just for that incredible game-ending ability.
Both players being so careful here.
Absolutely.
Taking their time. Walking through every single possible option. Because it all comes down to this. Philip's tournament is on the line. We're going to attack into base here. 9 damage. It's 28 damage on Eric's base. Bouncing Cham Syndulla.
Love it. Absolutely. So that way, you might see the home 1 and think, oh, it's the bigger unit. Got to bounce it. But with the Anakin ability,
Cham
just kills.
He's the threat.
Enfys Nest, exactly.
And it's going to force Eric to claim here because he knows that blaster's there.
We can all feel it.
We can feel it. Eric with the initiative needs to find an answer here. Now, of course, can restore 2 with 1 action, but again, it's not getting him out of blaster range. Any kind of pump on Enfys Nest would still be good enough for Philip to take this game 2, force a game 3 here in the quarterfinals.
It's untimed. We ran an untimed finals for this Dante, for the people.
So Mina Bonteri attacking into Enfys Nest, just restoring 2. So the question is, does Philip have the pump?
The fastest
He's looking through. He's got it. Hot shot blaster smuggled in. Enfys Nest for exact lethal. We go to game 3. Philip, with his back against the wall, the defending champ says, I've got some more. I've got some more left in me.
No, not tapping out yet. Need like 4 more Keller and Becks, I guess. Is that for? That's for the draft. Oh no, that's for the draft. That's not us. Yeah, no. We originally had it as untimed. I don't know if they. I don't know because we started late, so they might have judged how to might have changed it, but we originally told
the
them
team event. Was untimed for sure.
Yeah. We might have had it. I mean, we started this super late, so we might have had to switch it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, we had the team event.
That kind of went
go a little long.
Oops.
We started, what was it, over an hour late for the top 16 of the main event.
Yeah, good old Ray Data Vault doing Ray Data Vault things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a cool idea.
It's just a deck that doesn't like to win fast. It likes to win. It just doesn't want to win fast. Take its time.
Let's get
those
units a little bit where you just can't quite get rid of them. You think you can get them. Like, nah, I'll give it plus 1 more health. How about that?
Yeah, Ray Data Vault, it's back. It's back, right? Because
the green white got a lot this set for sure.
A lot.
You can see in this final lots of green white.
Yeah. Also, Ray Data Vault got the interesting new pieces like the Populist Advisor. Bo-Katan is another solid late game option for Ray. So yeah, just a lot of good pieces for that deck. It's a deck that kind of fell off in the set 5 meta, but I think it's coming back around here. We had 1 in the top 16, and of course, you had John Tata on the KTOD team that went back to back on Ray Data Vault. So here we go. Both players have drawn up. We're getting ready for the deciding Game 3 in the quarterfinals. Eric Beaudry versus Philip Samuelson. Eric is ready to go. He will start with the initiative, and we know that Anakin on the initiative. Pretty good.
It's real good. If you have a turn 1 play. If you don't have
That's
a turn
right,
1 play.
yes.
You know,
He did miss turn 1 last game.
Yeah, the Comp Vanth, it looks like a turn 1 play.
Yeah.
But,
Tried to get us back there.
Real hard.
So here we go. Game 3. It's Mina Bonteri.
Good one.
Certainly a good turn 1 play here for Eric. Han action ability on turn 1 for Philip.
Classic.
We're going to see the classic resupply on turn 1 for Philip.
No R2-D2 necessary. He had that thing in his opening hand. Ready to go.
We do have another update here. Andrew Cox Reflex from Botha Network has taken down Micah Overly. And we're going to have Yoda Tarkentown advancing to the semifinals. So right now we've got an Anakin Data Vault, Yoda Tarkentown. Well, it's going to be Anakin Data Vault versus Quinlan Tarkentown on one side of the bracket, and it's going to be Yoda Tarkentown versus the winner of this final match that is still going in the quarterfinals. Look at this start. Mina Bonteri into Cobb Vanth.
A lot of different units to use, with Anakin, getting those different breakpoints. This is very nice.
Breakpoints plus, these units essentially going to replace themselves, right? Getting more value with these when-defeated abilities.
We will also see that Han flip a little bit earlier.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Getting the resupply early here in Game 3 for Philip.
Is that another Cham? Cham all 3 games? Oh,
that Cham is just so good. I mean,
yeah, definitely keeps.
If we go back to last game, missing that turn 1 play wasn't really the start that Eric wanted. I think that Cham Syndulla is what made that game so close.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's huge. Being able to have that and come in and clean up the board after the 5, 6, 7 turn.
Look at this. Han action ability used. We see 2 damage from Mina Bonteri. Wing leader coming out. 5 resources. That's a 5/5 with ambush in the ground arena now. Taking out Mina Bonteri unit. We do see the disclose from Eric. Another Mina Bonteri and legal authority. So going to draw a card.
Mechanics. Super interesting.
We saw a crazy back-to-back legal authority play earlier in this tournament. So
was it on the Anakin?
Yeah,
they do that.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it's real good.
Yep. So pretty good because you capture a unit that has less power. Anakin, I heard, it's got a lot of power.
Well, a little bit of power. Anywhere from 4 to 10. Pretty good.
Just somewhere in that range. So moving on to turn 3 here. The 4 resource turn for Eric. The 5 resource turn because of resupply for Philip. We know the 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the 5, 6, 7. Eric does have the initiative. We could see that Cobb Vanth make a quick trade with the blue leader. Try to get some value here. I don't think, right? Cobb Vanth can only deal 5, so you're not holding hostage that Han leader here. So I think getting some value into the blue leader here, I think that's fine.
For sure. Yeah, I think the longer the game goes on, the better it is for Anakin, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Looks like both players about ready to go
Very
here
intense. Yeah.
in this new phase. But yeah, it's so intense. The defending champion trying to complete the come from behind victory. Han action ability.
Action on first.
We're getting set up.
Keeping that blue leader. Okay.
Oh, just a pass here. Now we are going to see the Anakin action ability. 5 damage coming through with Cobb Vanth onto the Han leader unit. Eric going searching for a unit that costs 2 or less. Looking back through the hand, seeing what we need to find here. Looks like we have found maybe some options. Don't think it's going to be a miss here. It's going to be Sabine Wren discarded.
Okay.
And what do you think he's trying to do with the Han here? What do you think he's setting up with that first action?
So there's, you'll be discarding Sabine because it's one health on Han Solo, which maybe it is or not. But as far as choosing to Han Solo first before the blue leader, I think he's trying to keep his trying to stop Typho. If he plays Typho, then he can just run over with blue leader. That's my read on it. Hard to say for sure.
Han Solo getting in for 4.
Yeah, we're still passing.
We've got the 7 resources now. We're going to see
Mimic.
Karis Nimic
Okay.
coming out for Eric. Here comes the big 7 cost play. It's going to be Infus Nest bouncing back Karis Nimic. We do see Mina Bonteri coming out. And we do see Sabine Wren, the explosives artist, being played for free. But Filip putting together a pretty nice board here, getting the 5, 6, 7, getting Infus Nest out. That is going to continue to threaten these smaller units.
For sure. Tons of tempo to be gained, but units to be bounced. But the more damage on that base, the stronger Anakin gets. So that's kind of self-correcting part of this deck.
Yeah, that's right. Anakin definitely has essentially a built-in catch-up mechanic with that ability. Filip has the initiative. So we know that Filip could get back up to 7 resources once again with that Han Solo on attack ability, as he will have to start this action phase with only 6 resources. Will we see another big play from Filip on this turn? As he found another 7. It's one thing for sure, we've seen so many Han 1 greens this weekend, they just never seem to run out of those 7 cost plays.
Nope. Well, when you're 7 cost plays or everyone else is 4 cost plays, you kind of like, yeah, they start to look a lot better.
So here comes Han Solo. 4 more damage to Eric's base. 13 damage on. We're going to see Sabine Wren coming in. It's going to be a trade with Blue Leader here. 3 total damage between the power and the on-attack ability. And here comes the Hot Shot Blaster onto Infus Nest. 7 damage to Eric's base. 20 damage on. Now we're going to see Queen Amidala coming out. 2 spy tokens created. Eric trying to establish a board to answer what Filip is doing. So much pressure from Filip so far in this game 3. And here comes Captain Typho as well for Filip. A very strong play considering Anakin can't deploy until the next turn, and Mina Bonteri can't get through Captain Typho. Eric just claiming the initiative. Eric once again needs to find a response here. You're looking at a 7 power Infus Nest, and the clock is ticking down. 13 HP remaining on base. Eric with the initiative. Queen Amidala coming through, going to trade with Captain Typho here. No disclose coming from Filip. Will not heal a damage from base. Now the action back on Filip. Again, just 1 card in hand. Threatening with Han and Infus Nest. Of course, Han can be defeated by any of these units in Eric's ground arena. We know that Filip has multiple options here. Lots of smuggle. We saw him smuggle 3 tech in the first game. We've already seen Hot Shot Blaster here in game 3. And again, Filip right now just laboring. What's the best play here? How do I deal the most damage? We're going to get in with Han. 4 damage to base. It's 24 damage on. Here comes Anakin being deployed. We're going to see some plot. He's going to plot out Sintikaz. It's going to be +4 on Anakin. 8 total power will defeat Enfys Nest. 1 overwhelm damage will come through, and the big threat removed from Filip's side of the board.
Huge.
Huge is the word. Now here's a follow-up. U-Wing reinforcement. But Eric poised to take out that Han leader as well. What does Filip find off of this U-Wing reinforcement? This U-Wing reinforcement could end up determining whether or not Filip ends up advancing on to the semifinals. Every play so important at this stage of the game. Are there any specific units you're looking for in this spot, George?
In the U-Wing reinforcement, the Sentinels can help protect Han Solo. We see that Anakin has no units available. Kelleran?
Love this play.
Oh, is he going to find another chance to find Typho?
Yeah. Yeah, that Kelleran back off of U-Wing reinforcement. Filip gets to search again. He'll search the top 7. And with that one ready resource, you called it, he could absolutely play Typho here for just 1 resource. Filip once again just looking through these cards, taking a peek at his hand. What are the options? What are our plans going into next turn, trying to close out this game? Oh, we find Tech. And that's something that Eric does not want to see. You can't leave Tech on the board.
And we've already, we see Anakin deployed, so now you can't activate the Anakin leader side ability. So
yes,
going to be, a lot of units if he wants to take that out. So we'll see what. Okay.
Oh, Eric just claiming the initiative here. Needs to find something. 24 damage on Eric's base. 9 HP remaining. A hotshot blaster on Kelleran Beck sends Filip into the semifinals. Eric has done a fantastic job with this Anakin Data Vault deck all weekend long. Coming into the top 16, the 2nd seed from Group A.
Yep.
Here we go. Looks like both players are ready. The first action for Eric, it's going to be a Sentinel. Obi-Wan Kenobi, the protective Padawan, getting Sentinel for the phase.
And Tech is alive, so we got full resources. Tech on the board. Yeah,
so many options.
Anything under that, anything in that resource row. So
yeah, Filip, every one of those resources have smuggle with an additional cost of 2. He has 8 ready resources to work with. And now what is the line? Let's see, can Filip quickly take care of this Sentinel unit? And once again, try to put Filip in check. Now, something to keep in mind here, we do know that Sintikaz is in play. So in a pinch, Sintikaz could take out Kelleran Beck with that Anakin action ability. But Filip has certainly been the aggressor. We saw him shift to that strategy in Game 2. And he has deployed the exact same strategy here in Game 3. And Eric just desperately trying to stabilize, trying hard to turn the corner, but has not been able to do it up to this point.
Yeah, very intense, especially going through all the options of what you could be drawing, whether it's a bounce, whether it's a, we've seen cunning, so That can come out of resource row. We got lots of options here.
So many options. Jeff's kind of joked multiple times this weekend as soon as tech comes down, it's kind of like, well, I just drew 8 cards.
Yeah. It's a fun feeling.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I got all these back.
Look at all these cards I have now.
All these toys. Yeah, definitely one of the most enjoyable parts of Smuggle is like you even though you're losing the card out of your hand, but you're getting more options and more possibilities as the game goes on. So it's definitely great for players who like to play more of a value-oriented game plan.
Absolutely. And it's this turn. Very likely could decide things, right? Can Eric stabilize? Can he turn the corner? Or is Philip going to be able to do it? Can he close it out? Can he complete the come from behind victory? Still just thinking through these options.
Yeah.
Right now, Kelleran Beck is the only unit that can take out Obi-Wan Kenobi in one action, just with what we see on the board, not taking into account anything in the resource row or what is in Philip's hand. So step one, we've got to deal with Obi-Wan Kenobi before we can start putting pressure once again. Trying hard to put Eric in check. And clearly just such a difficult decision here.
Oh, and Phil's not a stranger to this kind of situation. Like these high resource count, tech on the field. Like this is his home. I've seen it here, a number of times. So it's interesting to see.
Looking at Eric's side of the board, we talked about Sintakaz in a pinch, could take out Kelleran Beck with one action. With Anakin's leader ability, we know that Eric is certainly in a spot to take out that Han leader unit. With any of these small units, you've got Mina Bonteri that can also restore one in the process, can draw you a card potentially. So it looks like we're going to play from hand. It is cunning from Philip's hand, but now the question is, what options do we choose?
All reliable. So yeah, you've got you can bounce the Obi-Wan, but then you just immediately plays it. But that does make it so that you're kind of like forcing his hand, so you know what he's going to do. I think mine would be buff on tech, exhaust, the big units, but lots of options here. Exhaust, and then bounce. Okay, so that tells me that. He wants the predictability. Like this basically forces Grumpy's next action to be play the Obi-Wan, so he has a follow-up plan to that play.
Yeah. So here we go. Obi-Wan Kenobi back to Eric's hand. Again, we have to have a Sentinel.
My gut would be surprise strike, kill the Obi-Wan, but.
Obi-Wan Kenobi right back down into play. What does Philip have in response here? Still has 2 ready resources. And certainly had to know that Obi-Wan Kenobi was the play. He has priced Eric into that being the exact move he has to take, especially exhausting that Sintakaz.
No ability to kill the Kelleran Beck anymore.
That's right. Looks like Han is going to attack into Obi-Wan Kenobi. We are going to get an additional resource here. I think we might be trying to set up for that blaster. We've got 3 ready resources. Sneaky Phil here. Just 1 ready resource on Eric's side. 1 HP remaining on the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit. The defending champion. So close the action on Eric. 1 spy token is going to attack into tech here. 2 damage to tech. A spy token defeated.
He's thinking. He's not snapping it off. Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
Here comes Tech. Tech is going to clean up Obi-Wan Kenobi. Both units defeated. Just 1 resource. No way we can answer that Kelleran Beck. So if Filip has the Hotshot Blaster, the defending champion would move on. We're going to see a spy token attack into Kelleran Beck.
Brace yourselves.
Does he have it? Looking through the resource row, is Hotshot Blaster there for Filip Samuelsson, the defending champion? Hotshot DL44 Blaster is there, exact lethal, and our defending champion in a grueling Game 3 is heading to the semifinals.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. What an fantastic series. You saw everything from the value, the tempo switch. You saw the resupply. You saw both players playing huge units, the value trades from Anakin. Yeah, just
it's just
incredible.
Been so many matches this weekend where I'm just at the end of it, it's just like, wow, just incredible stuff, and another one there. Both of these players played their hearts out. This Anakin Data Vault deck, really the talk of this event, getting 3 into the top 16. We are still going to have 1, though, in the top 4, but 4 different decks in the top 4. It's going to be Anakin Data Vault versus Quinlan Tarkentown on one side of the bracket, and Yoda Tarkentown versus Han 1 Green. To decide who's going to take it. The defending champion is back. He's heading to the semifinals. I do believe we are going to cut to a short break before we get started with the semifinals, but don't go anywhere. We've got more action from Atlanta. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here with the top 4 of the 8K at the Boston Invitational to Atlanta. I am Jeff Creasy of the Boston Network, honored and privileged to be here with my friend Loopee from Late Night Gaming. How you doing, Loopee?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? I'm having a blast at BIATL, as is our whole team. And we are here for the top 4, so I'm going to be on the call with my friend and frequent collaborator, Jeff Creasy. What do you think about this top 4, Jeff?
I think it's really interesting. I think we got a lot of diversity in there, which is nice. We have an Anakin Data Vault, we have a Quinlan Tarkentown, a Yoda Tarkentown, and a Han 1 Green. So we've got a lot of variety in the top 4. We've got a lot of variety in terms of teams in the top 4. Unfortunately, and kind of also fortunately for the McClunky guys, they both got bracketed into multiple team kills, so they were guaranteed to have 2 and only 2 in the top 4, but they can meet in the finals. We got Pasqualle from McClunky versus Carlos Apodaca from your guys, Late Night Gaming.
Late Night
and
team.
then we've got Reflex of the Boston Network against Phil, also from McClunky Gaming. So we've got some interesting potential. We got potential for an all McClunky final, McClunky versus BN, Late Night versus BN, Late Night versus McClunky. There's a lot of different ways that this story can play out, and that's super exciting for me. The first thing that I want to look at, though, is this Pasqualle-Anakin Data Vault deck list. Now, he won the mirror in the last round against Tyler Dark, his teammate. But this deck has really taken this event by storm.
Right.
It wasn't a deck that a ton of people were playing coming into this. A lot of people used to see Anakin Blue. Anakin Green was kind of fringe, but I would say it really kind of exploded onto the scene here at this event. And the cards that I want to point out that are incredible in this deck are Karis Nemec, who is incredible in every deck where you can play Karis Nemec. 3/2 in Anakin, can attack for 5. Hidden, gives you a spy token that's ready.
But I think he might be best in Anakin than any other deck because of Anakin's ability. On turn 2, he can trade up for 5, and then he can make that spy that you got essentially for free.
Yeah.
It's not totally a free roll, but you're usually going to have hero red on the second turn of the game. And then that spy can trade up a second time, and that leaves some of your other plays to get a board for Anakin.
Yeah, exactly. You can if your opponent attacks into Karis to kill it, then your spy can trade up for 4. You could kill a 7 health unit with just this 2-drop.
Right.
Which is pretty insane. And another unassuming all-star in this deck is Gungan Warrior.
Absolutely. And, I can tell you that I recognize Grumpy Elephant's handiwork on this deck list. I mean, before I did actually talk to the McClunky team. I do think that he was one of the primary architects of the deck. Mm-hmm. But Grumpy is an excellent player from Michigan, so we see him at locals. He used to win with Quinlan ECL, and I can see some key cards here that tell me this is a Grumpy deck. And, boy, did he play it well. I caught actually a little bit of that quarterfinal that you guys were streaming from a local place. We were grabbing food for our team.
Nice.
And some people there, but we actually got them to stream the coverage at the Hop Dotty. If you ever come to Atlanta, come to Hop Dotty.
Yeah.
But, what a match.
Absolutely.
What a match.
Wild match. But yeah, the Gungan Warrior being a 3/2 shielded adds so much. Just the shield adds so much, and it's another 3-drop that can trade up for 5. So you see a lot of decks now that are trying to play these 3/5 units, avoid Ping Tarkentown, and any 3-attack unit just says, all right, I can kill that. And the shielded one says, I can kill that, and it's hard for you to kill me.
Right.
And then you've also got you've got a cheeky one of Sudden Ferocity in your Data Vault deck. But you've also got the double buffs. We see General's Blade is obviously very good, either on your turn 1 Gungi or on your leader flip. You've also got the Hu Yang. General's Blade can go on Hu Yang. Hu Yang can buff Anakin. You've got a lot of versatility there, and a lot of these decks can be weak to space. Blue Leader is kind of an auto-include, but Anakin gets the buff of being able to play this Jedi Starfighter, where you can say, I can attack for 3 into space and ping another one. So that Jedi Starfighter can just take out a Millennium Falcon by itself of any variety, or it can spread the pings out while taking out other units. That makes this deck a lot better into a lot of different space aggro decks than you see out of most red-green hero or Anakin builds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you've seen the Jedi Starfighter consistently in Anakin decks since Jedi Starfighter was released maybe last set. But boy, if there's 2 cards that I associate with Grumpy Elephant, behind Bounty Hunter Corey is General's Blade and the Huang, with the combo. Carlos, actually, who's the other semifinal participant, the last late night standing, calls that GG Blade. Because if you get it down early in the game and it doesn't have an answer, it tends to take it over just because it spews value.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we take a look at Carlos's deck list, so Carlos will be playing against Pasquale. That's going to be our main feature match. We think it will be done first, so we should be able to catch a bit of both of them here. But this is a little bit more standard of the Quinlan Tarkentown deck. The interesting things for me are this Warrior of Clan Ordo. Now, we've obviously seen it do really well in Padme because the on-attack is a reveal and helps. But here it's just kind of a Battlefield Marine with maybe a downside. Playing the card fairly as FFG intended, but I think it's still just good enough.
Yeah, no, I think actually that might have been my suggestion because he was looking for a little bit more 2-drops, and the Gloria Clan Order was intended to be a 1-of. I can tell you that the Charismatic is not because of the value, the power level of that card. At the time that he had to register, we did not have a spare Charismatic on site, so he is on 2 Charismatic. So I see that you guys are exposing that now, but everybody just bump that up 1, and drop the Ordo 1 for 1, and that's I think exactly what Carlos would have run today.
Fair enough. And yeah, we see again the 1-of Sudden Ferocity. It's interesting to see one of each of those in these lists. And the thing that I'm looking for here as well is, what does Carlos have in terms of upgrade hate to stop this Anakin flip, to stop these turn 2 General Blades? I can't see the very edge of the deck list, but I don't know if there's any Bamboozles or Confiscates. 3 Bamboozles in the main deck, it looks like.
Right.
So that's the answer to that. So that's going to make, and these players are sharing deck lists before the round starts. So that's going to make Pasquale think long and hard about, do I save this General's Blade for an Anakin flip? So I would expect to see him use the General's Blade a lot earlier.
Yep, and Bamboozle is, one of those cards that's very difficult to play around because, in Quinlan, Carlos is still running a lot of Smuggle. He was running the L3s before I was. His first PQ win, he actually, the genesis of Quinlan, right? I actually won that Madison event that Carlos was in 3 weeks later. He took the Appleton PQ down, and he actually had a little bit less Rebels, and he had L3. He had some other things, and he's been playing this deck, since it was set. Obviously, Quinlan was intentionally built as the best Force Throw deck. Losing Force Throw did not hit Quinlan. With the game getting faster, the matches you really, really needed Force Throw have really actually had a hard time beating other things.
Yeah.
So now, actually, Quinlan is a little bit more of aggressive aggro tempo deck. I agree with his decision here. He's really just not leaning into discard anymore. The discard that was in Quinlan was in large part to set up that big Force Throw.
Yeah,
you
or you could use it. You could do it either way. You could use the Force Throw to set up the Ahsoka. You could use the Ahsoka to set up the Force Throw. Either way, you say, I'm going to get you down to 1 card. You have no choice, whatever that is. I'm going to either make you discard it and hope it's a big thing for Force Throw, make you discard it, hope it's a unit. But yeah, I agree that the Quinlan decks have really shifted away from that and leaning more into these early game units, this chip damage in early, waylay, bamboozle, slow you down just enough to get across the finish line and hopefully make this really large board state.
Yeah, and we'll see what Voss fam, Quinlan fam does, after this. I think that we were just maybe for the last 2 weeks realizing that Quinlan, due to meta shifts, is actually getting, a little bit better. And, obviously Carlos, great player, was able to knock my friend Wu, out of Kira. And it's not easy to beat Wu on Kira. I've tried that myself, so great player. But he's going against a heck of a match with Pascal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's the same or similar list to Grumpy's. Let's see if there's anything there. Oh, we got gameplay. So here we are here. So both parties are taking their initial draws. I didn't catch the card. It looks like Carlos took initiative.
Yeah, it's always interesting here to see whether Quinlan plays or chooses to have the opponent play. I believe Pasquale was the higher seed, so he may have given Carlos initiative against his will.
I think so too. No, I think Carlos was the 3 seed. Was Pasquale the 2?
Carlos was A3, Pasquale was A1.
Pasquale
was the 1 seed. Okay,
gotcha.
so
Pasquale got to choose
initiative choice. He gave it to Quinlan, which is a strategy, but I don't think that Quinlan can afford not to play here, and he does.
Yeah.
He plays a Warrior of Clan Ordo into the ground arena, answered by the 3-1 face of upgrade removal for the next 3 sets. the Outer Rim Constable.
Really interesting here because Pasquale basically kind of daring Carlos to just play a 2-drop. And yeah, you underdrop on this turn, but you get to save his 3-1. I would imagine that was his only turn 1 play, and maybe he liked the other.
And he found one
better.
of his Nemeks.
Yeah.
You know, the foil one that Cam probably wants, and able to answer that Outlaw. I mean, that's just a really great start for a Quinlan Tarkington deck.
Absolutely. To be able to kill your opponent's turn 1 play without using your Tarkington is exactly where you want to be. You don't really care about the one wasted resource. Whether he has a daring raid or something for that or not, it doesn't matter. He still is super happy with this.
And Pasquale chooses to just do 2 damage to his base, which stalls a little bit. The Warrior of Clan Ordo will hit for 3, taking him to 5, and then we see a Sundari on the other side.
Yeah, so I think that Pasquale realizing that if I hit my base for 2, I make sure that this Sundari lives for a turn and gets this restore back in anyway, and now it can kill either of these units, but obviously it only kills kind of half of Karis Nemec.
Right. And we'll see how Carlos plays this, but I would expect him to just stay as the aggressor. Yep, which he does. Yeah. He does 3 damage to base, taking Data Vault to 8 damage. The downside of that, though, against an Anakin deck is every point of damage you do there causes a problem. Ooh, is that a Bounty Hunter's Quarry? So
onto the unique Karis Nemec, worth noting.
And that's there, getting value from the Karis. We have a row blaster, and the nice part about that, and the stall for the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, takes the Karis to 1 health, but he actually clears the Sundari, because the Sundari, while hitting for 3, only hits back for 1.
Yeah, and this so far, I think if Carlos could have drawn up a script, this would be it.
Yep. But open fire is big. I mean, taking open fire to take out a Nemec, which is the name of that card. It's not Karis, it's Nemec. That doesn't feel great, but the Ready Spy is the consolation that Carlos gets.
Yes, we see the Ready Spy. Let's see what we get off Bounty Hunter's Quarry. This could be a chance for Pasquale to try to get back into this a little bit.
So, what are you looking for? He chooses the Gungan.
Yeah. No, the spy token can't kill it. It can kill the Warrior of Clan Ordo without dying back. I think this is a good start to potentially clawing back this board state a little bit.
Right.
Also has Restore, because why not?
Why not? I mean, those Gungans are multi-talented.
Oh, yeah.
So I hear. So the spy trades in to take care of the shield from the Gungan. And then Daring Raid finishes him off.
Yeah, Carlos showing that he always has the answers. Really clean answer to that Gungan warrior there.
Yeah, no, and he's been playing Quinlan since Quinlan's been a thing.
Yeah.
He played in our team event. He played CAD, but actually he was very close to swerving to Quinlan at the end. That was decided with a die roll. We knew who he was, our Tarkington master. And
yeah.
We knew he was on yellow, so...
that was the most fun thing for me about the team event deck compositions is everyone had to decide which Tarkington deck did they want to bring.
Right, right.
My team might have been one of the only ones that did not have a Tarkington.
Did not have any Tarkington at all,
not.
Despite all the space.
Yeah, triple space, no Tarkington. Who needs it?
Yeah. Well, great run on that, and this is just
Thank you.
a wonderful event. We've had a blast. We're looking forward to the one in New Jersey and the one in Seattle.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking
Seattle,
forward to those as well.
We actually have the late night West Coast contingent actually starting to
nice.
form a team for that already. So it's there. He's touching the initiative token. I imagine he's not claiming initiative right now, unless things have gone horribly wrong.
He would need to have a very good follow-up if that were the case. He's still in a pretty rough spot here. I think he did just claim there. He may have passed. He touched the token, but he definitely signaled to Carlos to take another action. Whether it was claiming or passing, we're not 100% sure.
And the red 5 has been revealed for the 3rd time this game, preventing the Ordo from doing damage back. Is this free play for Carlos? Is that what's happened here?
I think Pasquale has something, and he says, I want you to spend your resources or attack with your Quinlan first.
Right.
He knows that Plo Koon exists. And there is the Plo Koon. Carlos just playing it down for no ambush.
Red 5. Oh, so he was playing around Falcon is what he was doing.
Yeah, and he also didn't want his unit to get pinged Tarkington. He wanted to actually have a unit, I think.
Yep, but, now the thing about Plo Koon is he has Plo Koon, he has Coordinate. It's a very dangerous proposition to deploy your Anakin.
Absolutely, and he's also at 14 damage now, so nothing to sneeze at. This Anakin deck likes getting some amount of damage on his base, and so it's always a risky proposition to try to race Anakin, but I think Quinlan's one of the ones that can try.
I see Rebel Trader in the chat, loving the spy tokens. I do love the Manny Bothan spy tokens. So
Oh, yeah.
well done to the whole event organizers. I know Frank works really very hard at this. Nick at CardsHQ.
Yeah.
Look forward to coming back, and I hear we'll be coming back here in November.
That's the plan, yeah. And Ian Lego Pizza was actually the mastermind of these spy tokens. They are really cool. We love the art. He commissioned an artist and got approval from FFG and went the whole 9 yards.
Yeah,
so.
I saw him playing the final of the draft event as Plaid as I came in for coverage. But 17 damage to Anakin's base. He has a Mina Bonetary in the ground arena. The Ordo has attacked. He chooses to pass on attacking Mina, which I think makes sense. She has Restore 1, but her other thing draws a card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and really still a tough spot here. And
There's
wow.
the deploy. How will Carlos answer Anakin deploying? Now
It's
he
a
has,
Cinta Kaz out too.
and it's a Cinta, and he's attacking for 7, right?
So that lets him kill the Plo Koon if he wants to, or the Quinlan. So I think he's deciding, because it turns off Coordinate, but you have to assume Carlos is going to be able to turn the Coordinate back on.
Yep. And Pasquale, I think correctly, decides not to take the damage to base from Plo
Yeah.
and kill the leader.
Yeah, I like that decision a lot of taking out the Plo Koon, leaving the Quinlan. If he has another Plo Koon, so be it.
So Anakin's hitting back for 7. It's difficult to kill him without using a unit, but I think you almost have to. Anakin is just so strong.
Yeah.
And it gets worse. If you keep going to base, the thing about Anakin is if you keep going to base, if you're the aggressive deck, it really becomes a problem. Tarkentown can't hit the Anakin. It can hit anything else.
Yeah.
But Carlos has got to find an answer here, Jeff.
Absolutely, because also Mina is threatening to put 2 on this Quinlan, which would let Cinta finish it off. So Carlos has got to make a decision here about does he protect his Quinlan? Does he deal with this Mina? Does he try to deal with the Anakin? He doesn't want his leader to die easily, but also the leader without something like a hotshot blaster can't easily deal with this Anakin. I think you'd be happy to trade leaders if you had the blaster, but I assume he doesn't have one, or he would probably snap that off.
Or he's got another option, and that's exactly what I was expecting Depa to come in. He's going to ping, and I would expect that ambush is going to... Well, the ambush is into Mina Bonetary. Interesting.
Yeah.
And that took all 6 of his resources.
So it goes back to what I was saying about how the Mina was able to threaten 2-action death onto the Quinlan, and now so he's prevented that, and now Anakin has to go into Quinlan if Pasquale wants to kill that.
Right. And then the Tarkentown takes out Red 5, which is a very heads-up play with the location of that ping.
Yeah.
Recognize he can take the space unit out. And this really puts Pasquale in a decision point right now.
Mm-hmm.
He does have initiative, so he's going to be able to dictate the flow. He's got the biggest unit on the board, but he's taken a lot of damage to base. So, I mean, he's got to clean up Quinlan's threats here, or it's going to be a problem. I think that Cinta's going to go into Depa to start. Clearly, the players view Carlos as the beatdown, and Pasquale as the control, and Han unit. The Han Solo Audacious Smuggler is what I was hoping Carlos had, and he had it in his back pocket. Micah jokes that Carlos top decks a Han every time he needs a Han.
Yeah, and I think that may just be too much here for Pasquale. He's still got a little bit of life left, but he's only got 2 turns to try to figure something out here.
You can't count this deck out, though. I mean, he's got Obi. He's going to be able to stem the bleeding. So Obi is a Sentinel the turn that a Force unit is played. He is a Force unit himself.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually prevents 6 damage. I don't think that there's any possible answer. He'll probably just
kills the Ordo, assuming that both attack. And the other option is Carlos could just not attack the Ordo in because Anakin won't have Sentinel next turn. Or Obi-Wan won't have Sentinel next turn.
Possible. We'll see what he does. I think it depends on what Pasquale's move is here. Because if he does anything other than claim, I think that's the line that could be taken here. Oh, we got the General's Blade on the Obi. So Carlos takes the initiative. I believe
he has a Bamboozle.
Well, I think he also has Han Solo. So Obi has 5. The General Blades has 3. He can just kill it with Han. Will he do that given the fact that he only needs to do another 13 damage to kill? To kill it. Obi is not a Sentinel.
There could be a bit of a punish though if he sends the Han into base and then Obi becomes a Sentinel. If he doesn't have something like a Waylay, he could get punished for that play.
And I think that's a very good point, and I think that's how you'll see what the rest of Carlos's hands are, is what his decision point is here.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he doesn't have a different way to deal with the Obi-Wan Sentinel, he'll probably run Han into it, which is what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, this Han is a big problem for Pasquale right now, and on the long list of problems that he has with how this game is turning out.
Yep, and I don't think that this is the matchup that Carlos would have wanted, out of it. And Obi comes back with home one, invoking his inner Ray Data Vault, bringing back a Sentinel with home one for the 45th consecutive time.
And now we're in the same spot we were in before, where Quinlan can smash in or Ordo can die.
Blaster.
There's the blaster, so that cleanly answers this Obi-Wan.
Right.
Quinlan's still with 1 HP left.
And
Anakin
how
much harder to
good
deal
has
to
the Warrior of Clan Ordo been this game?
It's been good. It's gotten in for 3 every turn since, I believe, just red card.
And he has a Darien Raid, which is relevant for reach.
Yeah.
There, and he has a Cassian from the row. Another 3 damage. And I think that this Anakin deck is the story of BIATL.
I think so, yeah. And we're going to game 2.
Shut up. And Pasquale conceded, so Carlos takes game 1 in that match. What did you think?
I think Pasquale did not have the start that he wanted. I think he came out of the gates a little bit slow, and then Carlos just never took his foot off the gas. And kept going and kept saying, hey, I'm going to keep playing this. I'm going to play this. I'm going to disrupt you a little bit. I'm going to play this.
Right.
And the fact that Pasquale kept having to take turns off or having awkward resource turns, and Carlos just was able to keep smashing his foot on the pedal, I think that really let him just grab a hold of game 1 and never let go.
Yeah, no, and I think that 5 resource turn was where the game was run and lost. And then with having Han Solo. I mean, those are the
absolutely.
two really things. Is that, but on the 5 resource turn, Pasquale really had to sequence awkwardly, and ended up giving Carlos initiative into 6. I think
that to only play a 3 and a 2 drop, it wasn't even a real strong play that had a good chance of swinging the board state.
And then the next turn after that, after Anakin just went in with Cinta on the 6th turn, but Pasquale, realizing he's behind, goes for the efficiency, and he takes Cinta to kill the depot, which leaves him open to a Han Solo. There's only 2 in the deck, but Carlos had to have one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see what happens in this game too. How do you think this matchup changes post sideboard?
Well, I'm much less familiar with the Anakin list than the Carlos list. But
aren't we all?
I don't think that there's a whole lot of sideboard help for Quinlan.
Yeah.
If you have to, I don't think that you're bringing in the let's call it war against there. I would be surprised if he's bringing in turncoats there. I mean, it's not a deck that's using 1-drops, which is a lot of what the turncoats are there for. So
one card that I want to see, we'll have to see if Pasquale draws it, but I think is really interesting on the sideboard is Legal Authority.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because that, especially against a unit like Plo Koon, you can have any 4-power unit capture a Plo Koon, whether you have coordinate or not. And also, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll do something like, okay, I'm going to flip. I'm going to General's Blade on Anakin. Now I'm going to Legal Authority with my 10-power leader. That's one of their lines to deal with Piet, where their Anakin leader can actually capture your Devastator.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a really interesting card, and I think it's one that he brings in this matchup, not just for the Anakin flip, but also for the little value of capturing a 2-power and a 3-power and just kind of slowing down the velocity of this Quinlan deck.
And I think we saw Grumpy using that, very well. Eric.
Yes.
In the prior matches, he's using Legal Authority, often an Anakin leader, which can just about get anything. It's actually one of the few answers to Han. I mean, I think a lot of the times you can actually clear the Han unit with Legal Authority with that deck. Yeah,
it looks like they're getting into game 2. We don't have any word yet on the other match. It looks like they're in game 1 still.
It does. And it looks like not a ton of damage on base. From the very small screen that
we think that's going to be a long one. We're pretty confident that we'll be able to finish this and then get a good chunk of that matchup as well. And
all right, both players take their hands. Carlos is deciding whether to take. I see he's brought in the blue ash.
That's interesting. I don't think it has a ton of targets outside of the red 5.
The red
5. But I think that maybe that's just good enough. Or maybe Carlos had just a lot of cards that he didn't like and said, okay, I want to take these out and just bring in the best ones that I have.
And he's thinking about, I see he has an A-Wing, to play. A-Wing is very difficult into a deck that has blue litter. Because there's a very strong punish. Looks like that's probably a Cassian, which is a good card to row.
Yeah.
What's he starting with?
He might leave the Cassian in hand for now just as an option because he wants to have a 3-drop in hand to be able to play on turn 2, and he hopes that he'll draw another 3-drop and resource the Cassian.
And he does play the A-Wing. And we have a Jedi Starfighter, which is a strong answer there. He's going to be able to get 3 damage in, but I think that's going to be it for that A-Wing.
So do you think the A-Wing goes to base, or does the A-Wing try to take out this Jedi Starfighter? Because you have some space follow-ups that you may want to be able to get into.
Yeah, I saw a Surprise Strike in his hand. I'd be surprised if he uses Surprise Strike to clear a Jedi Starfighter.
Well, I think it depends also. He could have a 2-drop as well. So he just does this and then plays a 2-drop to finish it off with the ping.
Yeah, and he makes actually, I mean, one thing about Anakin, the base damage to himself does add up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's still damage to base, and he only has 33. It's a little bit more than some decks there. Where else Cassian played to the ground arena, which is what I thought he'd follow with. Does he have a feared Gungan? No, today he has Karis Nemec.
And a Bounty Hunter's Quarry. He keeps getting it onto the unique units, and now even if Carlos says, fine, I'll negate the Anakin ability by smashing into this Nemec, he can just say, I'm going to create a spy and smash back and still trade with his Cassian and get his Bounty Hunter's Quarry trigger.
Yep, absolutely.
And so I believe Bamboozle was the only upgrade hate that Carlos was running, not as good against bounties.
No, it is not. So he chooses to answer the question himself, attacking the Cassian into the Nemec, realizing he does not want to have Nemec draw a bounty and then also create a ready spy. And we have Captain Typho.
Yeah, and Chad asking if Pasquale needed to use the Anakin ability there. No, he didn't, but he's shown a propensity to use that ability early and often to make sure that on his Anakin flip, he wants to be at about the 10 damage spot because he wants +2 power on his Anakin at least, if not a little bit more. And then the goal is that he can finish off the game from there and just not go down too far. Yep. It is risky against this Quinlan deck, though.
Yep, and Carlos plays a Nemec and an A-Wing, so is able to go a little bit wide here. Has to deal with Typho, who's one of the very good cards of set 6.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a lot of the reason why you see so much hero green is, Typho is really just kind of a solid defensive unit.
Yeah, and I think we glossed over it a little bit, but yeah, it doesn't look like Pasquale had the ability to just close there when his Nemec died, so he wasn't able to trade back with the Cassian. But it still dies here. He still gets the trigger, but obviously it would have been nice to do it last turn. Right. I think he was hoping that Carlos wouldn't call his bluff and take out his unit.
Yeah, I see Eyesme and Blaze in the chat. That's actually Xavier, Sabine Red Ace that beat all of us at the Madison PQ. I think he played against Micah, who topped this in the final. Saying that he wouldn't have guessed that Anakin would be needing an extra base. Well, I don't think Anakin wants to be hitting back for 4 on deploy against Quinlan.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You want to be able to threaten the Quinlan leader is the big thing. Like, yes, Quinlan wants to damage your base, and that is difficult to deal with potentially as Anakin, but you know that Carlos is playing Bamboozle, and you need your Anakin to be able to threaten this Quinlan leader, to be able to threaten the Han units, and you can't do that if you're just completely protecting your life total.
Yep, and this is game 2 of the final of the BIATL main event. Carlos got game 1 in pretty aggressive fashion.
Yeah.
Just going with an aggro strategy against Anakin. Couldn't find an answer. And this is early on into game 2. This time I think that, Anakin might be saying this is the start I wanted.
Yeah, much better start for Pasquale here. Looks like he has some options from this Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Any unit that costs 2 or less.
All right, and then as the chat said, and as for those that might not be able to see the chat, the red boxes indicate the game wins and losses above the cool scoreboard that you guys found. Shout out to Courtney Blonde Sabine for producing this, doing an excellent job.
Yeah, we wanted to make all new overlays and try to streamline the approach to get a lot of gameplay in the view.
Yeah, producing is the most unsung and one of the most difficult things, to do for this coverage. And, sure doing a great job. Love seeing your guys on coverage here.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
We see the Quinlan flip. Yep. All 5 resources still up for Pasquale. Quinlan currently threatening to take out this Typho.
And for Carlos, I think.
Oh, that's true. They looked kind of tapped, but yeah, he hasn't spent anything this turn.
Yep.
Either.
So we have the A-Wing coming in, doing its damage while it can.
And I think, Pasquale is passing here until forcing Carlos to tap resources or units.
Yeah. Question in the chat about fun competitive tournaments. Yes, we absolutely will do the 2-pack, championship of some kind. I think that the Bothans have found their niche with this awesome 3x3 event, and then the main event that goes along with. But if there's ever going to be a 2-pack event, there was there. I do know that Ron at Fantasy Flight liked our 2-pack video too, and said he was going to use it for something. So we'll see what happens.
Nice.
Maybe they'll be at a Galactics. We'll have the Galactic 2-pack champion.
And it's interesting here because Carlos knows now that Pasquale has an Obi-Wan.
Right.
I mean, he obviously has plays. It's fairly impossible for you to have this many cards in hand and not have a 5-resource play. But interesting here where how often can you pass before Carlos just claims, and how much do you need to let him get out of this?
Yep. So Cassian comes from the row. Quinlan's ping hits the red 5. Tarkentown is still available, folks. And we have the Queen hitting the board. Queen Amidala is a 5/3, a Naboo official. She is not Republic, or would have more targets. And she can basically prevent damage. She can't prevent defeat, but she can prevent damage by sacrificing anything that shares a trait. And Carlos correctly kills the 2 spies so that the Padme can't go on a run through his ground arena without dying. Any of the units in the ground arena do kill Queen Amidala now.
Yeah.
And I would think Gungan Warrior is a Naboo in that deck. I don't know if there's anything else that shares a trade. There's not
Mina is an official.
Yeah, Mina
Bontari is an official.
And an official with the when defeated, which is relevant for that.
Very relevant.
Cobb Vanth as well. Cobb Vanth is an official.
So and one of the things that I really like about Queen Amidala in general is that Mina Bontari is an official, and they're just always going to be running the same deck, both green heroism cards.
All right, so...
Is he thinking about going to base here? The natural thought to me is to kill Quinlan. It looks like he's debating where to take this Queen Amidala attack.
That's more thought than I thought there would be. Let's see what Pasquale does. Certainly knows the matchups. He takes out Cassian. What does that mean, Jeff?
I think it means he wants to be efficient with his damage. He had 5 damage there and killed the 5 health unit. He is running things like open fire. So he has fewer ways to deal 5 damage from his hand than he does to deal 3. So I'm thinking maybe he wants to do something else to kill the Quinlan this turn. It could be something like Blue Leader, or the Obi-Wan makes sense now too because both of these units would die going into the Obi-Wan.
And our man on the ground, Frank Myers, telling us that Reflex and Phil are in a tight and grindy game 1, which is what we expected. We're trying to get you the most coverage we can. This is not a matchup that should take a lot of time. Quinlan needs to win in a hurry to beat this deck and do a lot of damage in a hurry. And that is still in game 1. Reflex just flipped Yoda to stabilize at 19, 18 base damage. So we will see how that concludes. Pasquale, will he deploy the mighty Anakin Skywalker now? He can't Cinta. He can't Cinta,
but he could still General's Blade.
Or his cheeky sudden ferocity.
Yeah, and we do see a Han unit in Carlos's hand. Still a little bit away from that, but he could pump some damage into Anakin this turn to prepare for it when he's at 7 resources.
I like that play a lot. I like that Falcon a lot. The Falcon goes in, puts Obi in the chance that whatever Anakin doesn't kill can kill the Obi. Anakin takes care of Nemec. Does Carlos have the disclose? Be surprised if he didn't.
Double no disclose. He only has yellow cards. He doesn't have the red.
He does not, and that is actually one of the downsides of Nemec and Quinlan. Is Quinlan does run a lot of yellow, not as much red.
So we've seen 2 Nemec defeats with no disclose in this game.
That's right. And that's pretty big too, because you'd love to get that extra damage. Though, I mean, if you're following with Han anyway, which is what I expect. The Han doesn't actually need the extra 2 damage to Anakin, and the action would have been thumb. All right, we just got a report that in the other semi, Game 1 has concluded. Philip from McClunky was able to win Game 1 with a Hotshot Blaster.
Yeah, and we do see the open fire from Pasquale's hand, which makes sense because that was what I saw when I saw the when I saw the play to kill the Cassian instead of the Quinlan leader.
And Pasquale puts down the universally good CoDameron. Maybe the only 5-cost do nothing that I've seen Wu play ever. But that forces Carlos to claim. You're not going to trade 3 damage for the ability to kill Poe with your Han, which is exactly what he does.
Yeah, it feels really bad here if you're Pasquale, though, to have to basically sacrifice that Poe to save 3 damage and force Carlos's hand on the attack.
Right. Yeah, both players knew exactly what was going to happen there.
Yeah.
Cobb is kind of good here. I like that line of trying to rebuild your board. Cobb has that when defeated. He's expecting not to. And Kira. We have Kira with a Bounty Hunter's Quarry and I believe a Sundari. He named
Sundari Peacekeeper gets named, so he can still play the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. He can't really kill any of these units, though, right now. The Kira can go into the Cobb to kill that. Obviously, if he gets an action, then Anakin can force the Cobb into the Kira. So now he's once again telling Carlos, you want to claim now or do you want to give me a lot of value?
Absolutely. And the Falcon comes in to do 3 damage. Can Quinlan turn the corner while he still has time?
Well, he's going to get, ideally, he kills the Kira, gets a unit off the Bounty Hunter's Core, gets a unit off the Cobb. So this is a big turn for Pasqualle to see what he finds off of these random effects and what he has from his hand to rebuild the board.
And this is what we're talking about, the Swarm deck. I mean, that's what Quinlan ECL was, that Grumpy build. But this is the Swarm strategy right here. Look at all the value that's going to come from what he played last turn setting it up. We have Cobb Vanth hitting the discard pile, not the graveyard, and going through, he's looking for a 2-drop. And he'll probably show us what he gets. I appreciate, Carlos, when you're listening to this replay, that you showed us exactly what you did with Kira. Pasqualle, for his part, a coverage friendly, holding out the scry.
Yeah, absolutely.
What does he take? What 2-drop will he goes? Now, the one thing about Cobb Vanth, it's very action inefficient.
True.
Because it takes, he spent the action here, but he has to use another action to actually play that 2-drop from the discard.
That could potentially be a bit of a benefit here when Carlos wants to hold up this Han Solo unit as long as possible.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're obviously looking, I mean, that Han could be 6 to base by itself, 8 with a hot shot, 9 with surprise strike, but I don't know that you do that right away. This is the Bounty Hunter Quarry scrap.
Yeah, so now we're doing the Cobb Vanth.
Yep, so red 5's good there. But you'll see the power of Quinlan pings. I mean, that Quinlan ping, if he's able to play a 3, is very relevant to try to deal with red 5. So with Cobb.
Karis Nemec.
That's a pretty good, too, I'll tell you what. 8 to base with Han Solo. So 23. Needs to do another 10. Representing 6, that's fairly hard to stop. I don't think the Bright Hope is in this deck.
I think we see a blue leader, and I think Pasqualle is deciding what to do with it. He could kill the A-Wing, he could put 5 into the Han, he could kill the A-Wing and then move to the ground arena.
I think that's actually what I like, if that is in fact blue leader. I like the A1 ambush and then actually the experience into the ground.
And it might not have been, I thought it is a blue leader, and I think he's playing it and he's deciding what he's going to do with it.
And a lot of these, as these Quinlan matches come, it's going to come down to surprise strike, I think.
Yeah, and he is doing that. He's going into the A-Wing. Now is he going to pay 2 and move it to ground?
If you don't have any way else to deal with Han, I would expect that.
It's a lot of resources spent, and I'm not sure what else on.
So 23. Han is hitting for 8. Surprise strike is lethal. If we see a claim, we saw a claim. Is this it? It is surprise strike. 410. Han Solo takes down the darling of BIATL, the Anakin DV. What a performance. Shout out to Carlos, obviously, my brother on the late night team, a monster. In Madison, basically the TO as well. There's Apodakas in every Top Cut. Both Carlos and his brother are excellent players. But, boy, I think McClunky had a showing today.
Absolutely they did. So we're just going to get right into it here. This is game 2 of Reflex versus Philip. So Reflex from the Bothan Network versus Phil from McClunky Gaming. Phil on the Han 1 green, Reflex on the Yoda Tarkentown.
Absolutely.
And we know Phil got game 1, and we are very early into this game 2.
Right, and I think Reflex is the last Bothan standing. Great player, known him since Destiny days. Very competitive guy.
Oh, very much so, very much so.
Has fire in his heart. He actually knocked out our last Micah overlay. Han 2 Blue was not able to take care of Yoda Tarkentown, but shout out to Micah, played well throughout the event. All right, so we have a Millennium Falcon coming in for Han Solo, doing 5 damage to Tarkentown, taking him to 6. Reflex responds with red 5. Great unit.
Absolutely. Red 5.
Red 5 says, you're really going to have a hard time with any unit-based strategy against me. The double Falcon strategy from Phil. I imagine that Phil's list is pretty close to what I played against Tim, the McClunky captain, yesterday.
Yes.
And,
I believe so.
Boy, those Falcons are good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the question here is there going to be a Chewie pilot? And ideally, probably onto that pilot Falcon, not the fast Falcon.
I see some of the late night fans and teammates, popping off in the chat. You guys keep popping off in the chat. We all know who good Carlos is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. His match with Wu was the third best of 3 he's had against Wu. Third time was a charm. He finally got him. All right.
Nice.
So Red 5 goes into the Clown Car Falcon, and I think that's just what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is Chewie is so strong.
Yeah.
And if Chewie gets on that Clown Car, look out.
Yeah.
Yoda does not have a lot of answers. It has entrenched, I believe, where
Yes.
it can entrench that and deal with it later at some point.
There's also, entrenched is the main answer for that, for the Chewie specifically. If it's something like a Han pilot, there's Felda Dragons, and I believe direct hits in the sideboard. But yeah, the Chewie specifically can cause a lot of issues, I think.
So for people that aren't familiar with the Yoda Tarkenton deck, what's it trying to do?
Not play against space decks. But what it really wants to do here is you just want card velocity. So your goal here is use the Yoda ability to set up your hand and use your other cards to then utilize that. So we saw him draw there and put a card on top. I believe the card that he put on top was Rey. So now he can play something like the defense card that gives -2/-2 and lets you draw a card, or just play all these little things at the C3PO, name 5, draw Rey. See how many times you can trigger Rey in one game. Exactly. C3PO, name 5.
Right, yep.
And that's how he can deal with this Falcon. He still has Tarkenton up as well. So usually with the old Yoda red decks, they said, I'm going to play Ki-Adi-Mundi and the Force package and use that to draw my cards. And this deck says, well, if I take out the Force package, I have a lot more options to keep drawing Rey and keep playing it.
Does this deck play Knowledge and Defense?
Yes. Yeah, so Knowledge and Defense, I believe as a 3 of, the C3POs, that there are a lot of incidental ways to draw cards and set up this Rey flip.
Right. So Reflex is trying to stabilize. I mean, I think he still has Tarkenton available. He does have 2 damage on the Falcon from the 5-drop Rey, which very rarely gets played, I imagine, but gets revealed quite as much as possible.
Yeah, usually you'll play it if you draw a second one. And then you say, fine, I can play it.
And then you don't have anything better to do.
Exactly, exactly. It's kind of your backup plan. Fill with the resupply. So opening itself up to Tarkenton, I would expect Reflex to snap off this Tarkenton here because you just don't want to see those pilots get in there. Yeah.
Right. And he does. Tarkenton used to take care of the Millennium Falcon. 2 damage to Philip's base, taking him 2/6.
I think Reflex is incredibly happy with this game state here. He saw that double Falcon and he said, please no Chewie, please no Han pilot. And Filip had Resupply is a very good card. Resupply is amazing, incredible. Reflex is totally fine with that as long as it's not a pilot.
Yeah, you could almost hear the sigh of relief.
Exactly.
When the Falcon crashed into Red 5 rather than having a Chewbacca go on.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Both these players excellent. Filip, I think, is the defending championship of this event.
Is the defending BIATL champion of the main event, absolutely. And we've already seen one defending champion win again with the repeat 3v3 champions of KTOD. So now Filip trying to be the second repeat champion.
Absolutely.
And
all right.
So it looked like they're getting the 1 damage from resupply.
From Adi.
From Adigalia. Yeah.
All right. How will the players handle this? I think that Filip hasn't resourced into the next turn. Has he passed? Maybe he has not passed yet. I think he must have because
no, he passed and Reflex resourced, and Filip is debating his resource. And I think while that was happening, the judge caught the 1 damage from resupply.
Yep, from Adigalia. Yeah, no, and Adigalia is a mistrigger quite a bit.
Yeah.
So shout out to the amazing jug staff. Not a lot gets by him.
I was incredibly happy with how often I caught HK-47 damage triggers myself. I assumed that was one I was going to permanently miss when I was playing, and I caught it so many times. I was so proud of myself.
All right, so we have a Han action.
Yeah, so that is up to 6. Or up
I think
to
it's
7.
actually up to 7. Yeah,
because of the later resupply.
So he resupplied, to go here. That might be setting up home 1, or he wants to play a 7 now.
I think he wants to play the 7 now, and he can flip, and if he gets disrupted, it's fine. Like, maybe he might have the home 1, but I think the main thing was to guarantee he gets to 7 this turn. At least that's what I'm thinking from Reflex's standpoint.
So home 1 bringing up a Falcon doesn't hurt too bad. Okay, so we do have aggressive negotiations. That was enough to clear Han, which is only has 6 health, and now he has to settle for a 7 drop.
Yeah.
Which he does. He gets Kelleran back.
And knowing the way that Phil plays, I think that Phil was just planning to make sure he got the Kelleran back off. He said, I think my Han can die here, so I'm going to make sure to get to 7 first, and if I get to 8, that's fine, whatever, if I get to attack, but I want to make sure I can play Kelleran this turn.
And that's the result of aggressive negotiations, which varies in power level from a lot of decks, but really did shake up the meta, actually.
Absolutely.
Having a surprise strike equivalent.
Just changes the math everywhere.
Yep, everywhere. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so Kelleran pulls out tech. Han does starve himself. Han's leader ability turns card advantage into resource advantage. That's basically what it does. So tech is always an important card in those kinds of decks. Reflex, deciding on the response.
Yeah, and tech is important, but I don't think it's the most important thing right now. I think he's got a couple of turns before that tech gets super scary.
Right.
You really care when you get around the 9 resource point, because then you can play those 7 costs from the row. Not having DJ be around anymore really changed how scary tech is at any point in the game. You don't really mind if this Han Green is taking turns off to play something like a Waylay for 5, and they never resource Falcon in this matchup, so you're not worried about him playing something like that from the row.
All right, so in Reflex's hand, I see You're My Only Hope. I see C3PO.
Yeah, I believe he claimed and went to the next turn to get the first action here.
He did. Not wanting to take 7 to base. I mean,
so no, he's at 7 as well. 7 resources. So he could flip the Yoda here. He could.
Is it time for Shot in the Dark? I mean, that's a dangerous thing expecting to kill Kelleran.
I don't think you Shot in the Dark for Kelleran. I think if you want to do that, I think you.
He might have a Fel. I mean,
he could have a Fel.
Yep. So Reflex's action. He has initiative. This is the semifinals of the Boston Invitational
Finals.
The finals of
no
semifinals.
I told you it was the semifinals.
That's right, Jeff. I'm just happy to be able to sit next to Jeff for the first time. We've probably called 30 matches of SWU together.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've actually been able to actually be next to you in person and do that.
Yeah, Minneapolis.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did the finals with me. How could I forget?
So yeah, it is Fel the Dragon taking down Kelleran back. So good call there. And is he only at 6? I thought he was up to 7 this turn.
Looks like 6.
6, yeah. Oh, because Philip ramped and then Han activated.
Yep.
So yeah, resplaying the Han activation for him to get.
So
to
now
7,
Philip should be at 7 naturally before any Han action. Lots of good 7s in that deck. I don't know that C3PO is the biggest problem, but with that Yoda action.
Yeah, he's going to get to draw an extra card. Basically, he can just activate Yoda now that a unit has left the field, put something back on top, whatever he wants, and then attack with C3PO, name what he knows on top, and just draw the card. So basically just erase the downside of Yoda's ability.
Yeah.
And if it happens to be a Ray unit, then he gets to draw it and deal 2 damage to tech into Phil's base.
We have Blue Leader respecting C3PO.
Yeah.
C3PO
getting hit with a fighter jet.
I mean, just like the movies. All right. I think Tada finished off one of my Vaders with a C3PO, and I talked about the indignity of that. How will Reflex respond? I think he might have claimed. So we are to 11 damage on Tarkin Town.
Yeah.
7 damage on Phil's base, but Yoda yet to deploy.
Yeah, and this is a much safer blind Yoda flip where he only needs to, oh, and he put the Ray back on top.
C-3PO's revenge, bringing out his best friend, super best friend Ray from the top of the deck to do 2 damage to base and 2 damage to the Blue Leader. But this Blue Leader might actually be killing its second C-3PO very soon.
It could. And then I'm curious how Reflex handles this, because I think he expects that if he blind flips, he'll be able to kill a 3, but does he feel that he needs to?
Right. and whether there's something that's going to be more problematic to kill later.
Yeah. It's pretty hard for this Yoda deck to kill the 7+ units with the flip. It's really more about just this incremental advantage. You can kill a small unit with the flip, and then you get restore going on the ground.
So as we go into the pivotal Yoda flip turn, Yoda has one of the most impactful flips in the game in Star Wars Unlimited. We have Reflex trying to hold on, having lost game 1 to Phil in the semifinals. We know the other semi, Quinlan awaits the leader, piloted by Carlos from the late night team, who, having taken out the last McClunky Data Vault. Philip, the last McClunky player, totally.
Yes. Going to base here for Phil, so ignoring the C-3PO.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I think Philip recognizing that this is a Yoda flip turn. I think last game dragged on a lot, and so Philip trying to say, maybe I need to get this one over a little bit sooner.
And that's, the thing, if against Sabine, against other Tarkin Towns decks, remember that if you are on Data Vault or a 30 base, they start 5 up. So oftentimes turning the corner should happen earlier than people actually do. I do like the 5 damage to base. At this point, he only needs to do 9 damage to earn a spot into the final. We have knowledge and defense.
Yeah, killing the blue leader because it has 3 damage marked on it, and letting Reflex draw a card, which is a Ray unit.
Yep.
Believe that was a blind Ray because he has he has not Yoda action this turn.
It is nice when you can blind Ray. Knowledge and defense was our spoiler from set 6.
Yeah.
Great art on that card. Great card. Built for Yoda.
So the thing Reflex can do now is he can Yoda action, draw, put Ray on top, attack C-3PO into tech, name 5, reveal the Ray, and kill the tech.
I expect that's what
So
will
now
happen.
Philip has a lot of reasons. He's up to that danger point now. I said you don't need to worry until they're at 9. That's about where he's at. He could he's either at 9 or could Han action to 9. So he has a lot of options, and I would imagine he may not want this C-3PO to live now that he knows that there's a possibility of more Ray actions coming.
Absolutely. How will he respond? Tech does not prevent significant offensive threat. I mean, his ability is his passive to play from the row. Han is not Anakin. He can't just go in and do 4 damage with that tech. He's got to find an answer.
He is at 8, so if he wants to play a 7 cost from row, he has to Han resource first. But there are still lots of 6s and 3s that could be good now. Tech with a blaster.
So emulating Anakin, he does a plus, but he goes to base.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the C-3PO killing him. He wants to go in 20 damage. Only needs to do 5 damage to win a spot in the finals.
Reflex trying to decide if there's any short-term damage, and I think he just, I like just going for this Yoda action here.
Yep.
Rebellious Hammerhead the draw. That's going to probably come in clutch really soon.
Yeah. Oh, he went on the top. What a surprise. Now, when you play this deck, I imagine you bluff sometimes, too, because whenever you see
absolutely.
the Yoda go to the top, you think it's a Ray.
Well, it's also, this is the Yoda flip turn. So let's say Philip plays a 5-drop that Reflex can't deal with. He can just flip knowing there's a 5 on top and kill it. So this Ray is really serving dual purpose here.
Right. Yeah, no, I think a 5 would be a pretty tough pill right now.
Yeah.
What 5s does Han run? Not many.
Not many, but just a general thought about the Yoda play lines, not about specifically what Phil's going to. The biggest 5 would be a blue leader, which is actually a 3.
3, right. But, he might have a Falcon, but playing the Falcon does not feel at all good right now.
Correct.
Given the board state and knowing what he has. So he decides.
Ooh, going to the Han action up to 6.
And I didn't see Philip's list. I don't know if he has Depa in it or not. That would be excellent one, for him. How will Reflex respond? He needs to stabilize here. He needs to actually be able to clear this board and get Yoda out and restoring. He's not going to be playing Luke on this turn. He spent 3 of his resources for knowledge and defense.
He can kill the tech in this action with the Ray on top, plus the C-3PO 1 damage.
And save his Yoda flip.
He could save his Yoda flip, and then he would be blind flipping into whatever happens. The question is, does he think that Philip is playing a 6-cost unit from hand, or is he trying to play a 4-cost from the resource row?
Yeah, in the chat they're pointing out Big Falcon. That absolutely is a possibility from the row. I believe it's actually a 5. Is it a 6-cost?
6 smuggle. So that's the other thing that he could be doing is smuggling
6,
Falcon from the row. Yeah, it's 6 to smuggle or to play.
Right, but it ambushes if it's from him. Okay,
Correct.
Ray comes in. Your play with C-3PO was as intended. The protocol droid murders yet another. Phil responds with tapping 4 for Galen.
3.
3.
3 for
Three
the
for the
Falcon.
Millennium
Oh,
Falcon.
3 for the Falcon and a 3 for Chewie? Is
Yeah,
that where he
could
wants to
be,
go? I
could
mean,
be.
the Yoda flip, it's likely to disrupt that.
And I do believe that Reflex's list plays Galen Urso.
It does.
Yep. So
Yes.
he has the ability to turn something off. But, I mean, what card do you name?
If you have removal spells in hand, you name Chewbacca.
Right.
If
Or
you
you just do
don't,
this.
yeah.
And this is a risk. This is a blind flip of Yoda. Does he have a plot?
That would be
Galen.
Galen.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Galen plots out.
And he's plotting first and then going to do the Yoda flip.
What is he named? I don't know if anybody can check and tell us for
he's
sure.
naming his plots, and now I think he's choosing the order because it's relevant because he's going to replace the plot. So does he think the top card is expensive enough, or the next card?
Oh, right. Yeah, no, because you can order that. It is
He
Luke,
flips the Luke.
which the downside of that is Luke goes into the discard pile.
Well, it was either going to go there or going to go into his resource row. So
True. True.
And we're not sure what this Galen is naming.
But we'll see if we can find out soon if anybody is out there watching. We have
More
another Falcon.
Falcons.
So he didn't name Falcon. He did not name Falcon with that because it would not have come in ready.
Correct.
Though also doesn't have attacks. You know, if
Yeah.
Galen, sir. All right, so 3 more damage to base.
And restore 2. Very, very relevant.
Yep, or 4 damage. Yep, restore 2. The restore is probably more relevant
Yeah.
at 18 damage on base. Phil has a ready Falcon. I imagine that we'll see it swing.
Yeah, and 17 damage on Phil's base.
All right. So we are to, I believe, 21 damage.
21 is where we should be, yeah.
And but Philip has taken 17.
Yeah, true. And now I think Reflex is deciding what do I play around. If he attacks with Yoda just to get the restore 2, he's exactly dead to surprise strike, but he does survive Han Pilot. So what do you want to play around? What options does he have to play around anything else?
Yeah, no, I think if he has like a direct hit or something that answers the Falcon right away, you just do that to not have to deal with it. But there's so many pumps in this Han deck, and has been for a long time. This Han deck sneaks up on nobody. I believe, is this what Phil played at the last BIATL?
Last BIATL, he was on Mono Han, because that was when DJ was still legal.
Yep. And in fact, it was Django meta too.
Correct. It was Django and DJ were both legal.
All right.
He does still have the Hammerhead in hand, which could kill, should be able to kill this Falcon.
You know, and I think that's what I do. I mean, I think that I play into the spacer.
Philip could bounce it to hand as well.
Yep.
He has not done so, so Falcon has died.
Yep. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in hand. Enough damage to kill the Falcon. Is there another? Because I think another Falcon is pretty strong here. That's the Falcon, but the Clown Car. That is the Pilot Falcon. So that gets stronger.
Philip's out of cards in hand. Reflex could just claim here to Hammerhead kill the Falcon. Rather, he misses out on some damage and some restore, but he makes sure that he's not dead to surprise strike. You don't expect things like this is Han 1 green, so there's nothing like a casting out of the row to punish that.
Right. I mean, you'll quite possibly see a tech if you claim, you know, and that opens up some more things for the next turn.
I think that's the biggest punish if he claims here.
But I mean, tech's not long for this world.
And there's already been a tech out for a while, and there wasn't a lot of damage done. So I don't think I'd be that scared of a tech now, just because, 2 resources ago, there was a tech at 9 resources, and it didn't hurt you that badly. So you don't expect Philip's been resourcing any of his big threats since then.
And the 7 cost or 7 deploy Yoda leader, 4/9, a big, beefy unit, hard to remove, has restore.
Yeah.
But what you lose is you lose your shenanigans. I mean, you no longer have tomfoolery.
This is where you play the Ray out, because I can't I can't set it up with the Yoda anyway, so now I'm just going to get the body on board if I don't have anything better to do. But in this case, obviously, the Rebellious Hammerhead was a lot better. Reflex with so many cards in hand, he's going to have a lot of options here as well, and he does claim.
And Reflex, the pro, does claim. I think that is the best play, because King Hammerhead to kill. I mean, if he plays, he does not have tech.
Nothing to play,
Does not have tech.
Reflex knew he was out of cards in hand, and once again, he knows that the main thing he has to be scared of are these pilots, especially onto this Millennium Falcon.
Now, Reflex is not quite out of cards in hand.
He has a few. He has a few. Including another Rebellious Hammerhead, which would hit for roughly 6, I think, something. I can't see the exact number, but somewhere in the 5 to 6 range. So it seems like he's doing a really good job of stabilizing, but it looked, at least when I was glancing at the camera, like it was the same thing in game 1, and then Filip was able to come back and win. So can he finish stabilizing here and actually take this game 2?
And he chooses to use the Hammerhead to kill the Falcon, the one from hand. Yeah, I was expecting the attack.
I think he wants to be able to get damage onto base here.
That's exactly the point. He only has to do 13. I mean,
he has 12 on board.
Right.
So he's one pump away, and he has a Sudden Ferocity in hand as well. So with a Sudden Ferocity in hand, if Filip doesn't have anything, he loses this turn.
How will Filip respond? Can he seal the deal here? I think that Filip won game 1, as indicated by the red bar above the screen. Reflex Andrew Cox from Florida, Orlando area. The last Bothan standing, trying to defend the Bothan Invitational. This is one of the plays of the game right here, is what Filip does with all these resources. Absolutely.
Yeah. And if Filip has a lot more answers for Galen than for the other things, whether it be something like an Infus Nest or a 7-cost Han unit. So does he recognize the danger and kill this Galen?
Yeah, you voted in the chat. It may very well be that what Galen calls tech.
True.
Yep, to keep him, because he knew that there were no cards in hand. That's a good call.
Yeah. That would remove
vote on
from tech.
Yep, absolutely.
And then Cunning coming out here with I would imagine a tap discard, because you could bounce the Galen, but I think, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and Reflex has all the things, though. I just saw a confiscate.
He does bounce the Galen.
Yep. Very defensive play.
So if Filip does have a tech, he could potentially Han activate to go up to 4 and play the tech before Reflex can replay the Galen.
Does he have a card in hand? Yes, he
has one card in hand. But that's a lot of commitment for a tech.
Concordon does feel good. He plays Obi.
Obi-Wan, okay.
Well, Obi doesn't die to Yoda by itself, so there's that. But that space arena is getting significantly scary for Reflex Andrew Cox.
Yeah, and I think the question is, I have a feeling that this is going to be the last turn of the game either way, because unless Reflex has some way to pump Yoda with the attack, something like an aggressive negotiations, which would feel bad into this Obi-Wan, he's dead to Surprise Strike. And I think that's why he's checking Filip's discard, saying, do I play around Surprise Strike and have you dead this turn? Can I play around Surprise Strike?
Yeah, any pump at all on Yoda allows him to clear Obi and restore 2, which, maybe that is the time that the game doesn't end this turn, is if that's the control strategy. I mean, he does have a Galen in hand, remember, which is such a unique card. I mean, he could actually blink Surprise Strike itself.
The interesting thing is, though, if he plays Galen, he's not getting the Restore 2, so then he's dead to both Surprise Strike and Hotshot Blaster.
That's true. And you can't name 2. So this is actually a fascinating moment in this game. I think I see a red 5. I think I see a Galen in Reflex's hand.
Yeah. We know Filip has been empty-handed recently, so it's not like there's been a card that he's been holding for a long time.
All right, he resources red 5, which I like. That's not going to be relevant here. It's just whether that you can survive long enough to finish. I mean, aggressive negotiations hits for a truck. You'd hate to see that.
I don't think he has it.
Just to clear Obi. I think you're actually trying to go for the kill if you do happen to have that. He definitely has Sudden Ferocity. I see that in hand.
Yeah. If I'm Reflex here, I think I just go for the kill. If you don't go for the kill here, I think I just attack Yoda into base. First action. You have a Space Sentinel, so you're clear from all the Falcons anyway. There aren't any units that come in ready on the ground arena. And then you have the damage in space that Phil is going to have another Cunning or something like that to be able to do anything here. And yeah, he does go to base. Restoring 2. So now Hotshot Blaster is no longer lethal for Phil. He has to have exactly Surprise Strike.
How will Phil respond? And I think there's been one Surprise Strike played this game, if I recall. Well, there wasn't a Windmill span of Surprise Strikes, so that's probably not what he has.
Yeah, there could be. Looking at his resources, he may have
Hotshot.
He may have a Hotshot Blaster, which is still 1 short.
May have a tech, and looking at his other options, if he plays a tech.
There is the tech.
There is the tech. I think that tells us that it probably was Galen's Call of Tech, which
Yeah.
actually makes a lot of sense now that we see about it.
But now he can Galen and call Surprise Strike.
Right.
There could be something like a Cunning in the resource row as well.
Do you call Surprise Strike? Because, I mean, I think that these players are good enough. I mean,
I think you do. Yeah, he knows that that's what he's dead to,
Right.
for sure. And he knows that would be the reason Filip might want to play this tech now.
Though you could call Tech, which actually closes off the row again. You kind of know
That's
it's
true.
not
Yeah,
in his hand,
if you name, that's a good point. I think if you're worried about Surprise Strike from row, you just name tech because that turns off
Everything
all
from
cards
row.
smuggle.
Right.
Yeah.
Other than Hotshot, obviously, but I mean, Hotshot's not going to be enough.
But
If he Hotshot's-
Hotshot into Galen and doesn't matter. Into base
Nope.
is still 1 short. So now
Yep.
he has to have something else
Oh,
or he's dead to this 11 damage in space.
we might have a game 3 here, folks.
We might, if Filip has a Waylay, that's still not enough. Yeah, Waylay's not enough because of the sudden ferocity in
Right.
hand. He Waylays the Hammerhead,
Exactly.
and Reflex can sudden ferocity the... Yeah,
And
we're
we
going
are
to
game 3. What a match. And boy,
Man.
did you have... Reflex finishes the round with 24 damage on his 25 health base.
Yeah.
You know, boy, I really enjoyed. I love watching this Yoda deck play. You've probably seen it a lot as you guys did
Absolutely.
the testing going up, but you know, boy, it is fun. Our on our team, Symbiote and Rufus love Yoda. I see Courtney cheering. I don't know if she's a Yoda aficionado herself.
I believe she's a Reflex aficionado.
Reflex aficionado. Who doesn't love Reflex? But you know, maybe it's blonde Yoda. I don't know. But okay, so let's talk about this. Is there anything that you side, you know, because you're not on the play anymore as Yoda?
I don't think so. I think you still have the same plan of whether you're on the play or not, whether you have initiative or not. Your goal is to do everything you can to stop a Falcon from getting a pilot, specifically a Chewbacca pilot. Han pilot deals damage, but you can kind of deal with it and come back. It turns on your Fel the Dragons and things like that. But yeah, that Chewbacca pilot, you have to have something like your confiscates. You have to have some kind of upgrade removal, or your Galen Urso naming Chewbacca into Fel the Dragon. It's a multi-card combo, or Hammerhead and a bunch of cards in hand. But if that happens on turn 2, you're just dead by then. So he really needs to just limit the damage early, because as we saw in that game, he's gonna have so many options late game. He just has to not die in the first 5-6 turns, and then his deck is really good and designed to grind out these wins in these crazy long games.
Absolutely.
So Han 1 isn't fully built around turn 1 Falcon, turn 2 Chewie. It has that play line, but that's not the only thing the deck does. That's just the main thing that Reflex is scared of in this matchup.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that if you're Han 1 green, you're unlikely to ever sideboard for player draw because you just always assume you're going to lose initiative. You know, on the first
Yeah,
turn
exactly.
Of the game, but,
who has initiative doesn't matter. I'm taking 2 actions on turn 1. It's fine.
you know, but Filip is right up there with, you know, the Alex Blandons and the Sunnies of the world
absolutely.
on this deck.
Absolutely.
He's absolutely a masterful pilot. Actually traveled the longest distance of anybody to come to the BIATL event to defend his title. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking forward to this last match. I really enjoyed actually watching Reflex pilot that Yoda as we saw it before, despite him actually knocking my teammate Micah out of the event. You know, shout out to those guys. These two are playing for the chance to meet Carlos Apodaca in the finals.
And that Carlos has just been a whirlwind, just slamming through everybody. So we'll have to see if either of these guys can give him a run for his money.
You ban Force Throw Honey Badger, don't care. Carlos is just going to come right back on it, but you know, he's a member of the Late Night Competitive team. Also, check out their content. They have a channel, Blue Milk Gaming. So him, Alex Krez, and Micah Overlay, all from our competitive team, are all just getting going on content. So Blue Milk Gaming, give it a like, subscribe. You can learn how to play some Quinlan there. You can learn how to play some Han 2 Blue, and you know, those guys are just starting out, so you can get in on the ground level.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we are back to the match. This is the decisive game 3. Filip won the first game in a grinder that ended with a hotshot blaster, I believe we were told.
Yes.
Andrew was teetering on death for the last 3 turns in the game, but was able to stave off the Han assault and stabilize and finish him off with Rebellious Hammerhead 1 and 2. And this is the decisive game 3. So, I believe that Reflex has decided to mulligan.
Yes.
Yep, he's playing with the Boston Initiative token in a Bothan gold jersey, I believe.
Absolutely.
As he has several PQ wins himself. And he's playing a set 5 PQ champion mat, as I see Mother Talzin and the mighty Yoda standing on top of all of it with his green lightsaber.
He has to use the Yoda mat and for this event specifically,
well,
right?
I think that we probably need a specific Reflex series, knowledge and defense mat. You know, with that art.
Yeah, true.
You know, so anybody playing that Yoda Tarkentown deck, and you know, if you order that from the Bothan merch store, maybe he'll even sign it for you. He actually earned a wonderful-looking Bothan mat for being in the top of this event, did he not?
Absolutely, he did. Yeah, all of our top 16 participants in the main event got a serialized playmat.
Yep, and the prize support has been great. Cash prizes all around, and there's a significant amount of money on stake for this. So
$2,500 to the winner.
Absolutely. So who doesn't like that as for a weekend of sitting on playing cards? You know, great event, and I think it's growing every year, and we look forward to the next. All right, we have the Jedi Starfighter coming in for Reflex and met by Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Sentinel, but requires a Force unit, and Han doesn't run quite the Force unit density that some other decks do.
It doesn't. It runs exactly color and back in the main deck.
And Obi. But is Obi a sideboard card?
No, well, Obi himself, to turn on Obi, like outside of the turn you play him, there's Keller and Beck.
Absolutely.
To turn on Obi the more than the turn you play him. But
right.
Yeah. And I think Reflex is totally fine with this opening. He says, that's not a Falcon. Deal. You can hit me with that a few times. I can come back from that. Now, does Filip have the resupply follow-up? Does he have a Falcon follow-up? Does he have something here to get
and if we
going a little faster?
You know, if Alex and Sonny knew what they're talking about, oftentimes you want to play a 3. You don't really want to resupply in your first turn. If you can, you want to play a 3, then you want to resupply right now.
Turn. Right. Exactly. It's basically the same thing. And the main reason for that is because the initial iterations of this Han 1 green deck, they loved playing cards like Kira. And they had really good 4-drops to play. This Han 1 green deck isn't playing any of those 4-drops. So if you resupply on turn 1, you go into 4 resources on turn 2, and you just play another 3-drop. So you might as well play your unit on turn 1, attack with it, and play resupply on turn 2. You still have the 5 into 6 into 7 flip turn the turn after, which is a turn earlier than normal.
All right, and he does have the resupply. So Han is going to script, except it's a weird-looking Falcon in the ground arena. Reflex answers with a red 5, which is a great unit for him in this matchup, I believe. Yeah. Particularly with that Jedi Starfighter.
Yeah, Reflex has got what he needs to control the space arena. Filip currently not in the space arena, though. So
yeah, and I'm wondering if that's actually a different strategy by Filip actually trying to go to ground, or if he just didn't have a Falcon. Either one of those would make sense.
It could be. He might have had both options, and when he saw the Jedi Starfighter, decided to go to ground because he knew that his Falcon would be not long for this world.
Yep, and I see Reflex's list includes the Internet Warrior as well, with Despite the Force Space, one of Alex Carlos's teammates' favorite cards, but it's just fine as a 4/4 Sentinel.
Exactly, it's a 4/4 shielded. It also has the Force and the Jedi trait, which the Jedi trait's relevant for BIATL, so not irrelevant card types either.
Right. All right, so Han, unsurprisingly, Han actions from 5 to 6. Probably the first time I've seen that. Maybe not. Maybe not yet. Filip's teasing us. And there it is. You know, you could say Han's a 5, 6, 7 deck. I don't know. Courtney has kids. She's laughing along with me. How will Reflex respond? Han Solo has deployed. I don't think there's a whole lot that just answers Han when they action.
I think he just plays the Itinerant Warrior to get it out there, but it doesn't feel good. You're definitely giving Filip a pretty big window to just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and I don't know if Filip is running Enfys or not.
I believe I see a Fell the Dragon in hand. Did Reflex pass there?
Must have.
I think he passed. Because I think he's not worried about the damage on Filip's base right now, but he is worried about there still could be something like a Falcon coming out and.
Here comes Obi. What is the 7 that he has? What 7 do you want? If you're Philip, what are you actually looking for right now?
That's a good question. I think if you have Infest Nest, that's a good one. You can just bounce the Itinerant Warrior and keep this damage going in the ground. If you have something like a U-Wing Reinforcements or U-Wing Reinforcements as a 7/7, which is Keller and Beck, I think this is totally fine. It's the same thing where it just keeps the pressure on. You don't really want to find only a Falcon here. I think you'd rather find a ground unit at this point and just really clog up that ground arena.
Right. No, it looks like that's where the opening is this match. I mean, Reflex very intentionally played into the space arena with a defensive turn 1, for sure, with a Jedi Starfighter, followed by Red 5. He, on this turn, played the Internet Warrior, which is a 4/4 shielded, and Blue Leader comes in. Will it ambush? I don't know.
I would imagine it won't ambush because it doesn't kill the Jedi Starfighter anyway, and you want initiative going into next turn. So you want to make Reflex attack, deal a damage, ping the Blue Leader, and then have to use his Tarkin Town as well. And instead he just claims.
I think that's what he was trying to bait him to do, is to actually keep the initiative so he can color in, and Reflex says, no, none of that.
Exactly. Reflex says, no, I have this Spell the Dragon. I would rather do that. Thank you.
I'd rather not take 7 to my head.
You can hit me for 3 with the Blue Leader next turn. I will kill your Kelleran.
Kelleran Beck, of course, the Jedi that saved the younglings.
Ah.
Homie 1. Homie 1. He has a similar effect to Home 1. So 7, 11, 14, 17 damage represented on Philip's board. Only needs to do 15 to win a spot into the finals of the second Boston Invitational. But Reflex has initiative first. How will he...
Maybe he doesn't have a fell. I think that is
Knowledge and Defense.
Knowledge and Defense.
And the village people come up. Chicks with Sticks. Chance of YMCA. Hit there. That's really a needed sentinel for Reflex.
Yeah, and much better with this Red 5 in the space arena as well to really help clean up these anything that has to attack into these.
And now, I mean, that Kelleran is a very, very strong unit, but Philip's wishing it wasn't Enfys.
Yeah.
Philip's action has all of his resources available. It's actually his 6 resource turn to Reflex's 5 because he cast a resupply. Han has not yet attacked.
Yes, Han can attack to get up to 7 again, but that is threatening Han dying to the Itinerant Warrior. Not the best feeling in the world, but if that means that you get to Keller and Beck attack base, I think even if you attack Han into the Village Protectors, this Itinerant Warrior has to hit this Keller and Beck.
Absolutely. All right. Instead, Blue Leader goes to base. Probably. Yep. So the space arena is open. Philip says, I'm going to play where you let me. The Internet Warrior
into Han. That's interesting. My thought was to get Kelleran to within 3 so it could be Tarkin Town because you can't afford to take this 7 to base. Maybe this means he has another answer for this Obi-Wan. He does have the Knowledge and Defense, which can turn Obi-Wan down to a 1 attack so that it can't kill the Village Protectors.
So I think that's a 3 cost.
That is a 3 cost. Yeah, he only has 2. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know that Reflex can afford to take the 7 damage this turn.
So he pulled a Sudden Ferocity from his hand Reflex, doing us a solid on the coverage team by, splaying his hand every time he has a chance. We appreciate that, bud. Obi takes care of the village people. I think Kelleran's going to get a swing.
It seems like it.
Which also puts him in check.
Yeah.
I think he's got to go in with Red 5 into that Blue Leader right now. Make sure that he has the ability to do it, because once Kelleran swings, he has to claim.
Yeah.
Suppose he could Tarkin Town, but that leaves the...
Well, if he swings into the Blue Leader, that allows him to do something like play another Village Protectors next turn, as both threats would be in the ground arena.
Right. No, you absolutely have to clear Blue Leader at some point.
Yeah.
But I don't think he can afford... I mean, you can't let Kelleran swing and then not have initiative. Your game's over.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, C-3PO. Hitting Ray. Hitting Ray. All right, so Kelleran and 2 to base. It's almost like he knew that was coming. 7 resources. Anything from the row is good news for Reflex.
Oh, my goodness.
But a hot shot for 9 hurts.
So that, I think, changes the math a lot.
Claim City.
Yes, because now he goes from 13 to 22, which means that this Obi-Wan is lethal. Because what he could red 5 into the blue leader, red 5 damage the Kelleran, Tarkentown the Kelleran. But the problem is, with the blaster, this Obi-Wan is now lethal as well.
Yep.
So Reflex in a lot of trouble here. Multiple lethal threats in both arenas.
Well, he continues to play on.
Well, he had to do that and would see if Phil plays anything else. He may have a fast Falcon here as well, based on reading the Starfighter. Yeah, Phil.
And there it is. We have Philip going in to defend his final victory from last year of BIATL, knocking out the talented player Reflex from the Bothan Network.
Yeah.
What do you think about that match, Jeff?
I thought it was pretty good. I think Philip played it really well. I think that Han 1 Green is the kind of deck where it has a lot of different types of games it can play. Sometimes you get the Falcon games, sometimes you get the Kelleran and Han games. And I think that usually this Yoda red deck wants to play on the ground, wants to not have to deal with these Falcons. And so the kind of discrepancy of I don't know what kind of game you're going to play, it leaves you guessing. So it makes it really hard for Reflex. And Phil can just play whichever side he draws. And we saw there in that game 3 that he didn't need a lot of space units. He said, okay, Reflex is ready for the space. He got the Starfighter. He got the red 5. I'm just going to send everything to the ground. And it was just enough disruption and just enough the extra 2 damage from the blast. The Reflex had this perfect plan lined up where he said, Philip, if you don't have anything, I can kill this and kill that and kill that and kill that. And you could see the plan lining up where Reflex says, okay, I can do this and survive on 2 HP, and then I go into my flip turn and I can turn the corner. But there's just enough reach from this Han 1 Green deck between Fast Falcon, between the Hot Shot Blasters, and all these little things that make it not line up very well and just make the Yoda a little too slow.
And I am quite confident there's absolutely nothing that Reflex could have done differently that match that would have made that difference. That was really just a strong start from Han, from the beginning play to the resupply to getting everything he needs. Maybe an emphasis a little bit better than a Kelleran, but in the end, maybe he knew what he was doing because that extra 2 damage really makes the difference, changes the math.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they will meet Carlos Apodaca from the Late Night Competitive team and a member of Blue Milk Gaming in the final. How do you feel about that Quinlan versus Han 1 Green match?
It's an interesting one. I think it's a little bit of the same. A lot of it comes down to, can Philip play it goes back to turn 1 Falcon into turn 2 Chewie as being so good against Quinlan, because Quinlan, unlike Cad, you can't ping the turn 1 Falcon. So Philip is always going to have a window to play the Chewie before his Falcon can get ping Tarkentown.
Yep.
There are other answers. Obviously, there's things like Bamboozle. There's things like to tap, return to hand, and then you could ping Tarkentown to kill the Falcon. So there's other options, but it's really interesting. There's always going to be a window for that play line, and I think we could see the same thing here, where Quinlan can struggle into seeing a Kelleran back when Quinlan is on 4 resources. Right. So I think that if we see Han 1 have its explosive starts, then it could really get ahead and get in the driver's seat. But Quinlan obviously has its answers and has its lines and has its potential.
And I think it really needs its tempo plays. I mean, obviously Chewbacca blocking some of those, really can change the math. But this is geared up to be a heck of a final.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for having me commentate, here, and thanks for running this.
Yeah, no problem.
Running an event like this, from the coverage to the setup to the, evergetting everybody to come. I think Frank invited me, several times. I was sad I didn't make the first one because we had Adepticon that I was supposed to be at. I see Reflex coming in here, shouting out. But this has been a blast. And I'm sure you've announced this, but I've marked my calendars for March 20th.
Absolutely.
We have a few more people watching online right now. What is the plan for the tentative plan for Bothans? If you want to come to this, anybody who wants to come to the next Invitational.
The tentative plan is to show up and be there in New Jersey. We're working on also a Seattle event on the same weekend because we know that that's a clear weekend from FFG events. But yeah, it'll be in New Jersey. The details is going to be hosted by McClunky Gaming. And we have 2 people here.
Oh boy, look at this that's joining us.
Initiators of this Yoda Tarkentown deck. Come on in, Reflex.
All right, I'm going to sign off. A pleasure as always, and thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Loopee.
We will see you in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Ian, you want to come in here too? And you guys both worked on this deck together. I want to get both you guys in here, because also it can give Reflex some time to breathe.
Thanks, man.
We can just talk into this one. I think it'll be a little easier for you guys. If you want to pull up those stools there. So first off, dude, huge congratulations on the run.
Thanks,
Top 4. That's
Appreciate
amazing. That's impressive. One of the best players out there. Reflex. I know it always sucks to sit here and have to talk to people after a loss. So I deeply apologize for that. I know it's not where you want to be. So
It couldn't be anyone better that I'd want to be talking to. So.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So how do you guys? Because I mean, you guys both worked on this deck together. This is basically both of your brainchild, right? A little bit. Like. Well, Ian roped you into it, and you went along. We can say that.
He followed it better than I did. That's for sure.
That's true.
Yeah. So I mean, how do you guys think that the debut of the deck went overall?
I mean,
It had some awesome shiny stuff happen on camera. I'll tell you that.
It did have a very good stream record. That's
Yeah.
true.
there
That's
was
true.
some pretty big high rolls. Yeah, I think it did what we wanted to do. Like, it was definitely a volatile deck that we thought had a shot to crash and burn or a shot to win the tournament.
Yeah.
And so we took 4 shots at it, and one of them hit, which was kind of what we thought was going in, is if we both play it, then
Yeah.
one of us is going to get a good run and do something special, and I think we did.
Yeah. Do you guys think that this deck has some staying power? Do you think that there's some improvements that you want to make now that you've had this like big run against a wide, diverse field?
Yeah, I mean, the sideboard was kind of just thrown together as like a what do we do against space decks? So, yeah, it could get refined for sure. I don't know if it'll be a meta presence, but I mean, if you just get good matchups, like
Yeah.
you're really good into all the mid-range stuff. Like I feel like if your meta is a bunch of like Talzins and Hantu blues, like Yoda's just gonna crush them all.
Yeah.
Blue-green villain, like super easy. Aggressive negotiations is so good.
Yeah.
Galen
Yeah.
Urso being able to like shut off super laser blast, like things like that.
Or tech.
Or
Okay,
tech.
we assumed tech was
It was
what you
tech.
named.
It was
Okay,
tech.
that
It
was
was
what we
tech.
assumed.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
That card
was our guess.
overperformed like all weekend. It was
Yeah,
crazy.
every time I saw it on stream, it was so good. And every time you talk about a Galen Urso interaction, you say, "Wait, it does that?
Yeah.
Wait, it does that? That
The
card seems
we
really
definitely
good."
put the judges through a loop.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's up? You did so great.
Thanks,
Top cutted both events.
Yeah.
Finished 3rd overall. What the? So awesome. So proud of you.
Papa
Yeah,
Frank coming in.
absolutely. Well, I think they're going to get to the finals pretty quickly, so we're going to go to a very short break, and we will be right back in a second. Thank you guys so much for talking about this Yoda deck, and huge congratulations
Thanks, man.
again, Reflex, on both the team and the individual. Huge weekend for you, and man, just great run, great run.
Yeah, just huge shout out to this guy especially and the whole team. Super supporting all weekend and couldn't have done without him.
Yeah, and thanks, guys, and we'll be
Someone
right
say
back with
ban
the
target
finals.
counts. We could save Ian from playing bad decks. All right, come on. I just want to play 7 calls blue leaders with Tarkentown. All right. Leave me alone. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, non-binary pals. It is time. We are here.
That's right.
It is the grand finals of the 8K Bothan Invitational BIATL 2. I am Jeff Creasy with the Bothan Network, here with Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming. You excited about this, Josh?
I am thrilled. It all comes down to this, the main event finals at the Bothan Invitational, and we've got Filip trying to go back-to-back in the main event. Did it in March. He's back in the finals once again.
Yeah.
We could have 2 repeat champions this weekend. We had Team KTOD do it in the team event. We could have Filip do it in the main event. The odds of that's incredible now. He's got to do it. He hasn't done it yet, but we could see it. So
he
in,
flew
guys.
in from Europe for this. We've got to make it worth his while. So but man, the road that Filip took to get here, and for Carlos both. These guys had some wild journeys here. Phil had to go through 2 teammates.
Yeah.
He went through Grumpy Elephant and through TowerNumberNine. Then he had to go through Reflex on on a new kind of abstract deck with this Yoda Tarkentown.
Yep.
And then for Carlos, he had to go through Carlos Yodakiller Torres on his signature CAD Tarkentown. Then he has to go through Wu. Then he has to go through Pasquale on really like the darling deck of the tournament here in this Anakin Green. So both of these guys have already been through the gauntlet to get here, been through the ringer, and made it to this final. And I have a feeling that this final may be quicker than any of the rounds that we've seen so far, because both of these decks want to do their thing rather quickly.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be Han 1 Green versus Quinlan Tarkentown. The winner will walk away with $2,500, the largest prize purse in SWU tournament history.
Yeah.
And it's all going down here, and we're going to get started here shortly. What a weekend it's been. It's been a blast casting with you, and I can't wait to do it one more time this weekend. Looks like we're getting ready. The players have started to shuffle up, drawing that opening hand. We're going to see... Well, not sure exactly. I think Carlos starting with the initiative. I believe the Bothan token will be the initiative token. And then I think the other token there on Filip's side of the board, I believe that's his hand token.
Hider. Yes. Yep. Yeah, and this is a fairly good matchup for Phil. I think Han 1 Green has a lot of tools that are kind of tough for Quinlan to deal with, but Quinlan is by no means out of this. They also can fight and have some tricks and can do their own falcons and answering falcons. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. I know Carlos thinks that this is kind of a low probability matchup, but he thought the same thing about the Anakin Green deck that he played, and then he beat it. So you can never count either of these players out, regardless of the matchup. This is going to be high quality here for sure.
You cannot. Filip Samuelson from McClunky Gaming, Carlos Apodaca from Late Night Gaming. 2 fantastic players, 2 decks that we're all pretty familiar with at this point. It's going to be Green Squadron A-Wing with the start for Carlos here in the finals. Going up in the air early. It's going to be a turn 1 Han action ability. What it looks like from Filip here.
Yeah, it seems like Filip has a few options here, and it's also kind of tough to figure out what card you want to put down with that Han ability. He goes with a Pilot Falcon.
Okay, so both players going into space on turn 1. That Millennium Falcon get out and push coming down.
Well, this A-Wing can help a lot, because just getting 3 into this Falcon means that even if Filip puts a pilot on it, he could still Carlos could still play a 3-drop ping and then Tarkentown to kill it through any of the pilots. The 3-drop pilots all giving the plus 2 health only, or plus 3 health only.
So there we go. Green Squadron A-Wing quickly dealing 3 damage to Millennium Falcon. 1 HP remaining on the Falcon unit. Falcon is going to get in for 3. Action back over to Carlos.
We see Guerrilla Soldier, which is a really nice follow-up because he can ping the Falcon and then do 3 to base.
Yeah, look at this. Guerrilla Soldier, Quinlan triggered ability. Going to ping that Millennium Falcon. Taking out the Falcon. 3 indirect damage to Filip's base. The Guerrilla Soldier will ready. So good follow-up for sure. Good pressure being put on. We are going to see a turn 2 resupply for Filip. Going up to 4 resources. And Filip's going to end this turn on 5 damage.
Yeah, and that is not what Carlos wanted to see. He had the end. It goes back to the number of avenues that this Han 1 green deck can fight you on. Filip had the answer for Falcon into Pilot because he had another 3-drop, could ping in Tarkentown. But now he also has to have an answer for a potential 7-cost unit while he's at 4 resources.
Yeah, this is the big turn. We've seen it all weekend long. We've seen it so many times from Filip. 5, 6, 7 incoming. Han action ability used. Filip taking a card from hand, putting it into play as a ready resource. Now the action back over to Carlos. Going to go ahead and get in for that 2 damage. Guerrilla Soldier. Chipping away here. 7 damage on Filip's base. Here comes the Han Solo leader unit. It looks like Carlo just passing here.
Yeah.
So we're going to be evened up. 7 damage on each base. Another resource gained with that on-attack ability. Top card of the deck from Filip becoming a ready resource. And now the question is, which 7-cost play does Filip have in hand? We see the Millennium Falcon piece of junk coming out for Carlos. And it's going to be Kelleran Beck. We've seen Filip play Kelleran Beck so much, and this Kelleran is such a great new piece that was picked up for this Han 1 green deck in Legends of the Force.
And you know, we see Carlos with the perfect answer in hand to either this Han unit or this Kelleran Beck in his Han unit. The problem is he's at 4 resources. He's 3 turns away from this Han unit, which can kill one of these threats that Filip has already deployed while already being at 7 resources. The turn 2 resupply into the Han flip and Kelleran Beck, I think this is just going to be too fast for Carlos. He needs Filip to not have this explosive of a start.
You're talking about explosive. We're going to put tech into play as well off of that Kelleran Beck when played ability. So now Filip will get more options going into this next action phase. We do see Millennium Falcon getting in for 3. It's 10 damage on Filip's base. Filip just claiming the initiative, but showing so much pressure in the ground arena. Right now, we are showing 13 possible damage.
And the really sad thing for Carlos is he just now drew his Kira unit. If he'd had that the turn before, he could have taken a look and seen what 7 drops Filip was going to play and prevented that play. That's really the answer that he needs for this resupply quick flip turn, and he had it 1 turn too late.
See if Carlos can find a way to stabilize in this game. We're going to instantly attack with Han Solo, leader unit on Filip's side. On attack trigger, another ready resource. We have 7 ready resources once again. It's 11 damage on Tarkentown.
He could Kira now, but even if he does, the Kelleran Beck could take it out if Filip needs to, or Filip could just keep going to base and say, I have 9 more damage on the ground. You're going to be at 20 with this Kelleran being a lethal resource. Yeah, we see the waylay on the Kelleran just saying, I'm saving 7 damage. You're not playing another 7-drop. It's just going to be replaying this Kelleran.
Yeah, that's all. Just replaying the Kelleran, getting more value possibly. Still have tech ready in the ground arena. Filip looking through those resources. We know that Filip does have smuggle options in this deck. Of course, Hotshot Blaster, the big one that we've seen Filip have success with over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see him do something other than replaying this Kelleran Beck. But you might as well attack with a tech first. Carlos could do something like a Guerrilla Soldier Tarkentown attack into this tech, but he needs something to deal with this Kelleran eventually. So I think he wants to try to save that Tarkentown for hopefully getting some damage into this Kelleran that we assume is coming back down.
Oh, it's going to be Enfys Nest instead, bouncing Millennium Falcon piece of junk back to Carlos's hand. We do see Quinlan Voss leader unit deployed here. Quinlan Voss going to just get in for 3. It's 15 damage on Filip's base, but once again, we go into another turn. Filip with the initiative and has another big board presence in the ground arena.
Yeah, Carlos realizing he's not winning this trade war. His only hope is to try to win this race. It is a tall ask, but he sees that this is his best avenue to victory.
Filip not presenting quite as much damage this time as round with the Enfys Nest instead of the Kelleran Beck. A total of 11 damage showing right now for Filip. Has the initiative. 7 total resources.
But hey, Carlos is 1 turn away from that Han unit.
That's right. Oh, with 13 damage on that Tarkin Town. That 1 turn, it's like we don't have that kind of time right now.
I don't know if he had the time last turn. I think this resupply was just so explosive for Filip here. The resupply into the Kelleran, into also the Infis. Because the Infis helped slow down Carlos when he was deciding to try to race.
Filip just trying to inch closer and closer to victory here in Game 1. He has 3 cards in hand, very likely still holding on to Kelleran Beck. Thinking about this attack with Infis Nest.
It's interesting decisions because also if he has something like a blaster, he could kill Quinlan. I think he just wants to hit the base, so I think he's debating hitting the base for 7. He can bounce the Gorilla Soldier, which is usually not something that you want to do, but when you have this much health on base and this damage lead.
Oh, it's going to be Surprise Strike.
Surprise Strike from the row.
Smuggled in because of tech. 8 damage to base, bouncing Gorilla Soldier, 21 damage on Tarkin Town, which means Han Solo leader unit is lethal.
Yeah, and I believe, we're...
Oh, that's it. Carlos scooping it up, doesn't have a response. Filip did exactly what he wanted to do. That's the game plan. We saw it in Game 1, and now it's on Carlos to break serve here.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, that just went to plan exactly for Filip. Play Falcon on turn 1, play Resupply on 2, play a 7-drop on turn 3. It's
just so good. I mean, Falcon on turn 1 specifically is so good against the 25 HP bases, right? So he was able to get that. He's able to find the resupply. I think Carlos really wants to try and dodge that resupply. Just praying here, please don't draw resupply. Please don't draw resupply, because it's so much so much more difficult to answer these Han 1 green decks when they find the resupply.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him with literally the answer in his hand. Like we talked in other matchups about how well Quinlan, how well the Han unit matches up into the 7-cost Cad Bane unit, for example, in the Quinlan versus Cad matchup. But the difference is Cad doesn't play that when you have 4 resources. So, and I'm curious in Carlos's deck if he can sideboard in things like Spark of Rebellion, if he can sideboard Jam Communications, things to try to get this resupply out of the hand.
Yeah.
Because he just can't deal with that early aggression followed up by one of the big 7-drops. And we're looking here at Carlos's deck list. I don't see any of the hand disruption in the sideboard. He could potentially try to go for something like an Outmaneuver play, but that is a very temporary, temporary solution at best. One thing that Outmaneuver can do is it can exhaust the Han. He already has 3 Bamboozles main deck. He could potentially just go for as much disruption as possible and say, I just need you to not get to 7 that turn. So if he brings in something like the Outmaneuver or has the Bamboozle, Filip gets to 6, deploys Han, and then he taps it. Even if Outmaneuver is just tap Han for that turn, you still avoid the Kelleran Beck or the U-Wing reinforcements or the Infis Nest on that turn. And I think that's what Carlos needs to do to claw back into the series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because we don't see that discard package here. So exhausting Han or finding a way to threaten Han with a unit, maybe with a pump through Surprise Strike, something like that. If we can deal with Han and keep Filip off that 5, 6, 7, I think it's going to be important.
The other thing is that we mentioned it during the game, but I'll say it again, is if he has the Cure on 4 as well.
Yes,
he drew it the turn after, which had to feel so bad for him there. Then you're just hoping that Filip only has 1 7 cost in hand. The way we've seen Filip on stream, he'll probably have 2 if you have the Kira, but that's just the way Filip runs hot.
Running hot is exactly how we can describe what we've seen from Filip throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and Carlos looks like he's starting with initiative because he knows that Filip's not going to play anything that he can ping anyway. So giving Filip initiative, basically initiative doesn't matter in this matchup. The pass game isn't going to work. Filip is going to Han activate and then go to 3, and so you might as well just take initiative, play the first card, because that can turn on your aggressive starts like playing a unit into a guerrilla soldier, something like that.
Absolutely. We are going to see Carlos keeping that hand this time. Filip with the mulligan. Game 2 of the finals. If you haven't, be sure to subscribe to For the Network YouTube channel for some great content, some more live streams coming in the future.
Yeah. Definitely some more streams coming in the future. Trying to get some more content out for everybody as well. But yeah, like, comment, subscribe. It really helps us understand what you want to see and make sure we're giving you guys stuff that you want to see, like this amazing event.
Here we go. Game 2 is underway. It's going to be Warrior of Clan Ordo on turn 1 for Carlos. The new 2-cost 3/3 for aggression.
Yeah, just a nice aggressive start. We saw last time he really valued damaging the base, and I think that's what we're going to try to see again. The big difference here, though, is he doesn't have the space presence to potentially answer a Falcon. So maybe this game he has the Kira and can handle the resupply, but Filip finds the other combo of his deck and goes with a Falcon into a Chewbacca or something like that. So there's always things to be wary of when you're playing against this Han 1 green deck.
Turn 1 Millennium Falcon for Filip. Millennium Falcon, piece of junk, getting into Carlos's base for 3 on turn 1. Immediately starting the aggressive play from Filip.
We see the U-wing reinforcements going away. So Filip's saying, I don't need my 7 drops right now, or I have other 7 drops.
Cassian being disclosed here. Warrior of Clan Ordo getting in to Filip's base for 3. Does Filip find it yet again? Does he have the resupply here in game 2? It's not a quick play here. Thinking it through. Oh, it's going to be Chewbacca instead. Chewbacca, faithful first mate, will pilot the Millennium Falcon. And now that is a 6-power unit in the space arena. Now we do see Millennium Falcon, piece of junk on Carlos's side as well. Quinlan, triggered ability, 1 damage to Filip's Falcon.
Yeah,
but here comes another 6 damage.
Because now he can attack in Tarkintown and have a clear board. So this game going much better for Carlos already than game 1 did.
There's the attack. Both Falcons dealing damage back to each other. Tarkintown, epic action used. The board cleared in the space arena. And going into this next turn, Carlos the only player with a unit on the board. And Filip, no early resupply here. So we can't see that 5, 6, 7 as of now.
Yeah, even just the 1-turn reprieve might be enough to let Carlos get back in this. He has a lot of damage on his base. The Falcon still did get to hit for 9 damage total. But you have a little bit of a reprieve. I think this turn and next turn are going to be the big ones where Carlos needs to either cement some kind of lead here or at least stop Filip from getting too far ahead.
We'll see if Carlos is able to put the pressure on. Had to respond to the Millennium Falcon with Chewbacca. Just too dangerous. 6 per turn with that 25 HP base must be dealt with. But let's see what Filip has for us here with 4 resources. It's going to be Captain Typho right away. Going to gum up the ground arena for Warrior of Clan Ordo.
And not exactly what Carlos wanted to see. He was trying to get back into this race, and now he's already used his Tarkintown, so he can't easily kill this on board right now. He's got some decisions to make.
Four cards in hand. As you mentioned, Tarkin Town U's Warrior of Clan Ordo, currently just 3 power. Let's see if we just run into Captain Typho. We are going to do that, disclosing Cassian Andor once again. And on Filip's side, we are also going to disclose a command and heroism aspect. It's U-Wing reinforcement as Filip heals back down to 2 damage on base. And Carlos begins the process of dealing with this Sentinel unit in the ground arena. Now we see Cassian Andor being played. But I think if you're Filip, you're okay with that turn.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a good turn for Filip, and I think everyone knew when we saw that a U-Wing reinforcements got discarded from Han ability that he had some other 7-drop in his hand, because even without the resupply, you're still pretty quickly trying to get to those 7-drops, and you always want to keep one. So I think seeing the U-Wing wasn't exactly a surprise for Carlos. I don't think that gave him any big advantage. He already expected Filip to have a 7-drop.
Filip will once again start with the initiative. Up to 5 resources here. We could see the 5, 6, 7. And
so the big difference here is that the sequencing is a kind of awkward, because if Carlos deploys, then Plo Koon coordinate is online. However, Captain Typho is still a sentinel in the ground. Cassian can kill Typho, but then your Quinlan's not deployed. So it's really going to come down to action efficiency of these next few actions. If Filip immediately Han actions, and he can flip and get to 7 without his Han leader dying, because even with something like a Plo Koon, Carlos still has to go through the Sentinel and deploy his Quinlan.
Can Filip get an attack with Han Solo leader unit on this turn, using that Han action ability right away, up to 6 resources? Cassian Andor taking out Captain Typho. We see the disclose once again, the U-Wing reinforcement. Filip healing back down to 1 damage on base.
Yeah, and I would expect Filip to flip now, yeah, because he knows the Plo Koon coordinate isn't online for 2 actions at least.
That's right. Han Solo leader unit out. Very unlikely that Carlos has a response here. Actually see that outmaneuver that you were talking about down in the resources. We're going to see Quinlan deployed here, plotting out the sudden ferocity. Quinlan now a 6-power unit.
I think Carlos really needed to have a bamboozle or something there to stop this flip. He knows there's a U-Wing reinforcements coming. He is going to be able to kill this Han leader back. Hopefully for him, it's just a U-Wing reinforcements. Maybe it's not the worst one for him. This version of Han Green does have a slightly harder time having these amazing U-Wing reinforcements as opposed to other iterations of the deck. That's the 7 you're most happy to see, because also you're more likely to be able to ping the units that come off of it with Quinlan, as opposed to playing something like a Keller and Beck that you have to be at 7 resources to be able to ping. So I think Carlos here gonna do his best and can kill the Han unit, the Han leader at least.
13 damage on Carlos's base after Han Solo leader unit gets in. We do see the 2-cost Sabine Wren explosives artist coming out for Carlos. Here comes the 7. It's going to be Keller and Beck. And Keller and Beck with 7 HP cannot be answered here by Quinlan on this turn.
Carlos does not want to see an Obi-Wan Kenobi right now.
Obi-Wan Kenobi would be just what Filip wants to see. He doesn't find Obi-Wan Kenobi. He does find Tech. Exact same line we saw from Filip in Game 1. Keller and Beck into Tech.
And for Carlos, that's acceptable. You would rather have seen a U-Wing reinforcements into a 4-cost end attack as opposed to a 7-cost Keller and Beck into attack. But at least it wasn't an Obi-Wan. He still has the option to either kill Han leader this turn or put 6 damage into Keller and Beck. I would expect him to kill the Han leader because his Quinlan survives, but putting 6 damage into the Keller and let Sabine kill it with the ping and still survive. So it's at least an option worth considering. But my head tells me at first glance, you just kill this Han leader. You don't want to have to keep worrying about it and keep worrying about Filip ramping.
Yeah, the ramp is brutal. We are going to see Quinlan coming in. He's going to base here. 7 damage on Filip's base, but Filip's Philip's just going to claim the initiative, and he is showing another 13 damage in the ground arena.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me. It's really hard for Quinlan to win this race when you start 5 HP behind with 25 to 30, and there's a 7 power unit that you have to find a way to kill still.
This game going to be decided on this next action phase, very likely. Filip, at a bare minimum, could get in for 7 right away. Or we could get in with Han. We could go back up to 7 resources for another 7 play. We know he was holding on to the U-Wing reinforcement.
Filip deciding, I would expect Han to attack first action so that Filip can get to 7, unless he has something from the row that he thinks is going to let him win the game this turn. So we may see something like a hot shot blaster onto Keller and Beck to just get in 9 damage right now and say, Carlos, everything is lethal. What have you got? We just see the 7 to base, so not getting up to 7 and still leaving his Han a little bit exposed, but yeah, Carlos just going to base again.
Keller and Beck has put Carlos up to 20 damage. We're going to see Surprise Strike from the resources because tech is in play. It's smuggled out, and back-to-back, Filip goes a champion again here in Atlanta.
Absolutely. Amazing gameplay by Filip, and you could see that whole matchup. This is the kind of matchup that Filip wanted to see. His deck was so well prepared for this matchup. We saw both avenues. We saw the turn 2 resupply game 1, and then we saw the Falcon into Chewie game 2. And even though Carlos kind of had an answer, it was still so much pressure. Carlos wasn't able to deploy his own game plan. All he could do was try to answer Phil's. We saw him there going to base and saying, maybe I can try to get damage in here or there, but I think he realized he was just so far behind. He's never winning that game if all he's doing is answering what Phil's doing while taking 7 damage and 5 damage here and there.
Unreal.
So, yeah.
What are the odds? Back-to-back champions in the team event and the 1v1 main event. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
This weekend.
Yeah, just, oh, man. Huge congrats to both players. Carlos, runner-up, but, man, this was a tough field to fight through. You look at all the players that he went through, going through regional champions and going through, renowned players, Day 3 Galactics players, top 8 Galactics players, going through all these fields. Huge shout-out to Carlos Apodaca of the Late Night Gaming crew. Also just started Blue Milk Gaming with his buddies. If you guys haven't seen the video that they put out, it is hilarious, calling out all the teams, and that's such a good video. Highly recommend to watch it. Go give them a shout-out and a follow. And huge congrats to McClunky Gaming.
Yes.
They came in here, while they did have the deck of the tournament, with this Anakin Green, they also had the winner of the tournament on a completely different deck.
Yep. Filip said, you guys do your thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with what I know. That's Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler. Again, he won the first main event at the first Bothan Invitational back in March with Han 1 Yellow.
Yeah.
Now getting it done with Han 1 Green. Philip Samuelson traveling from Europe.
Yeah,
we're going to have the man of the hour.
And a check presentation in here.
He's
for
coming
Filip.
in. Largest prize purse in SWU tournament history. The man, the myth, the legend.
Come on in,
Filip
Phil.
is here. Wow.
You want to take a seat? There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, congratulations,
Yes,
Phil.
congrats.
Oh, my
Thank
goodness.
you so much.
Well,
Back-to-back champion.
yeah, hold this. There he is. Look at this, $2,500 to the winner. You've done it again.
Yeah.
You were in here just talking to us, an interview. We talked about the potential of going back-to-back. You've done it.
Yeah, and I feel so lucky. I feel like I got so lucky. I feel like, some guardian angel was just watching over me. I just felt like, it was in a movie and I just had plot armor and everything was just coming up Millhouse like it was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got
And
this beautiful 1 of
no,
25, the
serialized
serialized
number one
playmat.
Yes, I
You're
have
familiar
2
with
of
these.
those, yeah.
Yeah. Second play mat. Now it's number 1 as well. And does this make it easier to justify the trip now that you've
I don't
got
know.
the
We
2,500?
we'll see about that.
But you know what this means, and I heard your teammates already telling you this. You have to come to BIATL 3. You have to go for the 3-peat. You can't not.
I would love to. If it's possible, I'll try, but I don't know. I don't know if it will.
Yeah.
I don't know what the future has in store for me.
So tell us a little bit about your decision to play this Han 1 green deck. Obviously, you've been known for a while of playing Mono 1 Han. It's what you won the last BIATL on. What made you make the decision to bring this deck to this event?
So really, it was mostly a comfort pick. As I explained in the previous interview, I really wanted to play Han 1 green in Bilbao, but I didn't get to play in the constructed event because I was in the limited event. And so here, I wasn't too confident in my Han 1 green, but I really wanted to play it and feel like I wanted to play it at one big major tournament before it rotates out. And I feel very comfortable with the deck, and there's a lot of, quote-unquote bad matchups where I'm like, it's not that bad, it's like 50-50.
Yeah.
That turned out to be completely irrelevant because I just got really lucky with my bracket and I just got a bunch of good matchups. In my opinion, I think I got a bunch of good matchups. So, for the exact bracket I had, Han 1 green was just a great deck.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out really well, and we saw, I feel confident saying that was just a dismantling in the final. I know Carlos was worried about that matchup going in, but my goodness, I was talking going in about how the Han 1 green deck is versatile. You can either see the turn 2 resupply or the turn 2 Chewy, and you showed both avenues in just amazing gameplay. Guys, come on in.
Got the whole crew
we
here.
got the whole McClunky
The
crew
McClunky
here.
gaming crew.
Supporting their boy.
Supporting
getting
their
second in the
teammate.
team event, first in here. Just,
Unreal.
Oh my goodness.
Half the top 8.
Huge congrats to the whole team as well. This is nothing is a solo effort when you have a team like these guys behind you. Whether it's
right.
Claire helping everything from the back end,
Come here.
whether
Team
it's Tim
Mom,
putting
Claire.
the decks together, everybody coming in. Everything with this is a huge team effort. Phil, huge congrats on winning again at BIATL. Just insane. McClunky, amazing showing with the Anakin green deck, with the winning the team event. Just insane showing from everyone at McClunky.
Well, while we're all here, I just want to shout out the community because ultimately this was a community event. Obviously, large prizes on the line, but we had players come in all over, and the best part about this weekend was getting together with each and every one of you. What a fantastic weekend this was.
Teammates, they get to hold up your playmats for you while you're holding your check. That's what teammates are for.
Number 1.
Tower, get
Absolutely.
in here.
Yeah, Tower#9's here as well. We're all here.
Oh my goodness.
Tim's head's cut off.
Philip, for you, Philip.
I was on stream before.
Moment, obviously winning is a huge moment, but throughout the weekend, throughout the tournament, what was one of the moments that stood out to you the most besides winning? What was one of the standout moments maybe in the tournament or just outside of the tournament throughout the weekend being here for the Balkan
Honestly,
Invitational?
I want to say one moment that really stood out. We are back in the hotel room. We are watching the draft for the team event, and we see the draft and for the team event in the top 8, and we are so happy about how the draft turned out for us that we're not even playing in it, and we are jumping off on behalf of our teammates because we just want to see them succeed and make a deep run in the team event. And I think if I had to pick like one moment from the trip besides my win that really stood out to me, I mean that would just be how we were just so happy for each other.
That's awesome because ultimately you guys are just one big family, you know,
100%.
And that shows and the support that you guys have for one another, and it's great to see you all come together and have such a successful weekend.
Thank you so much,
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
4
we took a lot of
playmats
playmats.
going to these.
Shout out to Frank, Courtney, and the BS crew for putting on such an amazing event. And,
Absolutely.
We always show up with an army to support, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
March 20th in New Jersey.
Exactly.
Hosted by McClunky.
March 20th.
March 20th.
Yep, March 20th in
Any
New Jersey.
any last words you
Another
guys wanna say
Balkan
to the stream?
Invitational.
The power of a nap is great. This man, we lost the
Nap and a
3v3,
sandwich.
and this man went home, took a nap, and hasn't lost since the nap. Hasn't lost since the nap. Crazy.
The nap is the key to success. You heard it here. Well, any final thoughts before we cut out?
Next time he starts a dynasty.
That's right. I mean, could go for a three-peat. But again, thank you so much to our wonderful producer, Courtney. She worked so hard.
Thanks, Courtney.
And everyone else that worked hard, Frank and Nick from CardsHQ, huge shout-out to CardsHQ. And Chris. Chris worked so hard. Chris Schutz helping get all the cameras and everything set up. So huge shout-out to everyone. And thank you for tuning in. We appreciate all of you and all your support. It's been a fantastic weekend. Again, we got another Boston Invitational coming March 20th. Stay tuned for more. But thank you. Take care, everyone. Until the next time.